really understand why he went ahead and traded that. I don't feel like I guess he did need to, because ideas were lurking where I could win this pawn and get my queen in there. Sorry, I warned you guys about this. And I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to take this time to step over with the king. He steps over with his king, and I think we're just going to bring our rook to the middle of the board. We're kind of just making improving moves, and this is the part of chess that actually a lot of people really struggle with. It's like, we've castled, we've gotten the minor pieces developed, we've gotten the rooks developed, but what you need to start doing at this point is thinking, how can I put my pieces, okay, maybe I should have just drawn a line. How can I put my pieces on the opponent's side of the board? That's generally what you want to start figuring out. Like, if you don't know what to do and all of your stuff is in a good position, think of your moves forward. And so this is one idea. I mean, that's not really putting a piece, but if a capture happens, you know, I'm sort of closer. We're kind of doing something. So yeah, so I kind of anticipated that move was going to happen. And so what I'm sensing is that this side of the board is not all that immensely important. I somewhat like the idea of stepping back with the knight. It is a retreating move, but it's a rerouting retreating move, because I'm kind of thinking like the battle is going to happen on this side of the board, and so I don't want to fall any lower in the clock, but I think we play a move such as this, where if he captures, we capture back with the knight with tempo on the queen, and then we can station our knight here. If he steps in, we still have ideas of winning this pawn, so we jump in with the knight. Is that what I had planned? Did I say capture? What did I say capture with? Whatever. Essentially what we have done now is we have a knight versus bishop situation. I can get real fancy and slide all the way in and attack this pawn. He can only defend it by playing this. Looks like he's trying to come into my position over here. I can also play something like this, force a pawn push. So once, well, we're really still thinking about how to put my pieces on the other side of the board. We don't really want his pieces coming to our side of the board. So at the same time that you're thinking about how can I put my pieces on their side of the board, you have to also be thinking, I don't want his pieces arriving on my side of the board with tempo. So I'm really thinking something like this, where if he pushes, maybe putting my rook here actually makes sense as well. Or like just an entire rook lift, like boom, boom. I mean, he can defend this weak pawn so many different ways. So like something like this, we're spending too much time. Let's just make a move. Let's just make a move. He can step back. That guards the threat of the queen, if you even want to call that a threat. Like, I mean, I can play this, but he just can... It kind of helps him, if anything. So he steps back. We're going to just immediately retreat. Just immediately retreat. We don't want to give up the bishop for the knight. We're not going to think about it for a huge amount of time. I could have gone to probably some other squares, but it is what it is, and we're going to make it work. So he's going for the queen trade. If I take, then the knight just goes to the middle. If I don't take, then this is under fire. If I push my bishop here and he takes, I mean, yes, this does a good job temporarily, but it doubles my pawns. But let's just see what happens. We'll just trade the queens for the simple reason of maybe we can trade the rooks and get into some sort of king and pawn endgame, king and pawn with bishops and rooks, or bishops and knights. Because right now this is the imbalance of the position. And that's really all we got going for us. He can capture back 3 different ways. Probably just putting the knight in the middle. Unless he wants to make it completely struck. Oh, he wants to go this way. So this gives me this diagonal. That's what I first see. But I think first things first, we're going to take these squares away from the knight. Fairly reasonable. I could do this and he pushes. That puts a lot of pawns on these dark squares. I should probably start thinking about what to do with my rook. Let's just do this. I feel like it can't be a terrible move. He pushes forward, I step back. Oh, goes that way. Let's cancel. Something, just a tidbit of information. If you're holding a piece and you don't want it to, you don't know what's going on, just press the right button and it will cancel it. So let's go here. Now, essentially, if the knight lands on this square, we'll almost definitely have to take. But what we're really going for is an endgame. You know, we're going to check this guy's profile. He doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play blitz. What if I push? What does that accomplish? Take, 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 take. I like this. Where if he pushes, I take, and it splits his pawns. So I like this. That's kind of my immediate idea. He could push here, but then I just take, take. We're not going to think about it anymore. I'm down a minute on the clock. I think we need to make some moves. We need to make some stuff happen. and nothing is happening. So capture, capture. He could push. He could be real brave. Like that's not a terrible move to just push forward. But we're trying to make a little bit of an imbalance. If I can separate this pawn, like if this happens, this pawn is an identifiable weakness. Immediately it has a weakness in the position. Also, if he takes, he does not have this pawn push. And so I don't know what that move accomplished right there. But I think we just take. No? We take. He takes back. And are we still worried about all this? We also kind of have tempo on this rook. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think we're going to try and slide in. If he pushes, we slide over with this rook. If he captures, I capture back like this. Hard to say which open file is more important. So we're just going to play this. If this happens, we can get active. No, no, no. What am I talking about? We slide this rook over. Because the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. Or the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. This pawn is now a weakness. We want to be able to attack it. What if we just attack immediately? If he pushes, we step back. There's not a great way to prevent this pawn from pushing forward. So I think we're just going to play this. Time to start bringing the king. So he wants to line up on this. Maybe I had like a tempo winning move or something. What about this? Stay on this diagonal? How important is that diagonal? We go here. He pushes. What about just sliding in? He then pushes. We step back. If he takes, I take. I think we're going for this. Where if we trade, I feel like it's a positive transformation in the position for me. That is generally what I'm thinking. And so we're going to just trade. Tempo on this guy. We do this. You step back. I attack this. You can't really go here because then I hit you with this guy. And if you slide in, my spidey senses are tingling. I want to freeze this. So we're going for it. This pawn is an isolated pawn. If he pushes and takes, I'm just going to defend like this. So I'm really thinking like get in like so. Also, this is weak. So what if we slide over? We could slide up like this temporary. Okay. Enough thinking. Open file. He can come over and attack this, but then we slide up. Then we got some real good ideas with my rook. He can slide over here as well. Like this would make sense. I could then step in attacking this pawn. You come in. I take. You take. But then I get you with a check. You'd probably step up. Oh, so he wants to run away. Here, here. Take. I think we need my king a tad bit closer. Now he is one step away from defending. So I think we just apply pressure to this, right? Oh, he just defends it like so. That was pretty reasonable. We can force the trade, actually. So what about this? Take, take. We've got pressure here. Let's do it. Bishop versus knight is kind of what we were hoping for. You could play something like this, where I take and the bishop comes in. Boom. Okay. Still probably a draw, but what we're trying to do is like boom, 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 boom. Really? Is that really my plan? And this is a little bit of a fake out move. He does have stuff over here. Don't have any of this. Okay, probably just got to do something. He could try and come in. Here, here. Here, 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 here. Oh my god. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And my whole idea was unsuccessful. What do I do? What do I do? I think it's still just a draw. Here, 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 here. Or the knight. No, the knight's not going to come in. Let's just do something. I'm not really sure what else to do. Here, here. It looks like he wants to just completely run to this side of the board. We do have to be a tad bit careful. Okay. Who is winning this? He's got this now. With check. I could step over. One minute. Gosh darn it. Here, here. I don't know what to do. That's a weak move, but I want to stay eyeing this. He could start trying to like bring this guy. Rerouting this, does that really make sense? But the knight is just doing a great job of defending this. And if I try to make this journey with my king, I just don't believe in it. I don't think that that's ever going to work for me. Okay, so it seems like he wants to bring his king this way. My bishop is like more or less trapped on this side of the board. Now this is defended. I think we just play something like this, defend this square. We are attacking this as well. If he plays check. Check here, and then I step in and get this. What about this, though? Here, here. That became a passed pawn. Let's just do it. I think a nice well-timed capture always makes a little bit of sense. Okay. You can just kind of go here. If I run too far, he's going to play something like this. But he can't go anywhere either. Okay. He has to push, because if he captures, I touch. Here, 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 and then I just lose. If I capture, he captures back. I push here. He captures. We have to play this. This is a tense moment, everybody. Clearance. That's what we're going for. Here, 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 here. Okay. Bro, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? Are you flipping kidding me? He was totally winning. He was totally winning. Ah, chess is emotional. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I deserved that win, but dear Lord, am I grateful that I did get it. I think it was a draw. What on earth was he doing with that king? Bro. Check, okay. I step back so that this doesn't come with a check. That's something important to note in this position, is I don't want to just get pushed into checks. So I run back, you know, it's all I got. Push the pawn. I push the pawn. You hit me with check. I step over. Boom. Boom. Check here. King in here. checkmate. Bro, he's totally winning. Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to check this with the computer. We're going to see how accurate it was. I will see you guys over there. Don't let me tell you stuff that I don't understand. I don't know how accurate that was, but let's go to the analysis. I'll see you guys over there. And here we are in the analysis, and like I said, I don't think that I deserved that. But we'll slide on down here and check the accuracy. If we look at the graph, bro, this is flat. We had a draw for the entire game. There was one moment here where I'm losing. Oh, maybe we'll skip back. We'll find that blunder in the game. I threw it away in this endgame, trading that bishop for the knight. I didn't really calculate. All I calculated was if he took with the d pawn, I believe, and he didn't have to take with the d pawn. He could take with the f pawn. And I mean, I was completely winning if he took with the d pawn, and I was like, you know what, it might happen, and I went for it. You cannot play hope chess like that, and I almost just learned a punishing way to have learned that immediately. So all of this stuff is not all that incredibly important. Now here, I can attack the bishop stacks back. Because I have the battery, this comes in with check. I kind of discredited how powerful all of that was. You don't see that too often, okay? There's normally like the queen guarding or something, so I just didn't even consider this. I did see this after, I suppose. I even mentioned it in the game, and so castling is a blunder, and then he captures. So he saw it here, and he said, okay, my best thing I can do is take. All I really saw was boom, 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 and I win a pawn. But I didn't really think about that it was with a check. I kind of thought the castle would come in or whatever. So we completely miss it. Everything is completely equal. We both step over with our kings. We were playing copycat, essentially. We push forward, we attack. We got the bishop versus knight. Sliding around, everything is a complete draw. Boom, 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 boom. And then this, I felt like gave me some hope, but it really didn't. So this whole pawn being a weakness, it's not really that big of a weakness because he can just get behind it and then push it whenever it's really in trouble. So I needed to lock it down on a dark square and then configure my rooks in a way where I can attack it, and he can just like bring the knight to defend it. So just however you want to do it, like he did. Okay, so where was it? Okay, everything's still equal. All these moves make sense. Let me just get active with the rook. Trade. It made me think like, okay, that was one of the defenders of this pawn. We traded it off. Now figuring out a way to like attack it more. I literally even considered like bringing the king all the way around the board, so that didn't make a lot of sense. So we'd lock it down. I'm still dead set on figuring out a way to like apply pressure to this pawn and get the rook in here, and I even was literally thinking about this. That thought crossed my mind, okay? So that's how you know I'm not that good at chess. That's obviously not the right idea. Bringing the king to being active is the right idea. Okay, trading the rooks, great. Okay, king active. And I just couldn't figure out what to do here. And so I literally even shuffle around. We step around, we go back, put my bishop here, and then all that I really thought here, this is the whole point of the game, is I was like, okay, if he takes with the d pawn, I'm winning. I win the game. You can't defend this pawn. I win. And then you can't defend this pawn, and I win. Unfortunately, he can take with this pawn, and then I'm completely losing. So I didn't calculate that well at all. Now, calculating that this is not that hard. It's like once this is the position, yes, I have a passed pawn, but the king is in front of it. What you're going to do is push, capture, and I'm not going to be able to take back because all these squares are checks, so my king is going to be back here, okay? So like boom, boom. First I'm stepping back with the king, then you push, then I take, then you go, then you have two passed pawns, and you can bring the king to touch my undefended pawn. So yeah, that's not that hard to see, but with 1 minute on the clock, yeah, that is horrible play by me. Horrible play. And so for all of the reasons that I just mentioned, he can absolutely push this forward. And if I don't take, he's pushing forward more. And so that's not good. And this whole idea doesn't work because he's got two pawns looking here. So pushing forward doesn't create a pass pawn. Okay? He just takes with this pawn. And so that's what we need to do. So I step over. He goes for it. I step back. What else am I going to do? I take. He takes. And right here, this is my last grain of hope. We push. Now, he can just take, because this is also a passed pawn. So then you would have three passed pawns against my two. And yes, you can capture one of mine. But he takes the pawn. And really, what he needs to be worried about here is these pawns. Either you're taking here and you're worried about this pawn, or I just push, or I capture and push. It doesn't really matter because they're both going forward. And neither of them are checks. So winning this, like, you're not worried about this. If your king steps back, like, just you got to have patience. In the end game, what's more important, winning the pawn or moving one of your pawns closer to the promotion? All that matters is pushing the pawns, okay? And he did not do so. I'm checking the time. I capture. He pushes with check. I step over. And it's a complete draw because, yes, I'm going to get this into a queen. And basically what I'm going to have to do is give a million checks and sacrifice for both of these pawns or something. And I don't know. But he goes on the pawn chase, which there is a very simple thing that you can do. You draw a square. If it is your move and you are not inside of the square, you are not catching that pawn, regardless of where the king is. So if the king is here, or the king is here, or the king is here, or here, he is going to catch the pawn. If the king is here, or 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 here, anywhere outside of the square, and it is your move, and it is your move, that's the important thing. You got to calculate it on your turn. You can't calculate it on their turn, because then they can move the pawn forward, and the square gets a lot smaller, okay? That's the square. This would be the old square. So you have to calculate it on your move. So all he had to do is say, okay, it's my move. Is my king inside of this square? The answer is no. So are you going to catch this pawn? The answer is no. So what you need to do is completely invest in your passed pawns. And how do you do so? I mean, I would probably push this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then I step over, and then you step over, and then that's checkmate. So let's see. Boom. Boom. I would have given this one. Oh, no, because then I step up. So you step in, we push, you give this check. If I step up, you step out of the way, okay? But then I'm making the queen. You're making the queen. I'm grabbing this pawn. Gets scary because we don't want to, like, have my king here and allow, like, this check to win the queen. But let's not get too far into the weeds. Long story short, he lost this game because he doesn't know something that you should learn at, like, 1,000 elo. You should just know that you're not going to catch this pawn. I have no idea what happened. What was he doing? Like, he was completely winning. He was completely winning, and then it was a draw. It was a draw, but he chases it, and now he's just completely losing. So he was winning, drawing, losing, all in the last, like, 10 moves of the game. And then this is pretty rudimentary. You cut the king off. So what we're doing here, he didn't leave the back rank. I guess he really couldn't. I guess this would have been the best move because it avoids being on one of the edges, okay? So run to the center if you're the king. If you're on the edge, you're in a bad spot. So bada boom, bada bing, we cut him off like this. It's just the easiest way to pre-move, and we get a checkmate. Thank you so much for watching my video, and I am super excited about that because I gained 24 elo, which means I am now 2,000 rated, again, with no question mark. I am an official 2,000 rated player. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. Please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely dismantling this 1940s position. He's got a lot of question marks in his name, and that is not a good sign. So we have e4, e5, bishop, c3, the bishop's opening, my favorite opening out of every single opening in all of chess. We are really hoping and praying he brings the bishop out. And oh boy, we are like 30 seconds into this video, and I'm about to teach you guys something that you cannot forget. First, we bring the queen out, attacking the pawn that this bishop literally just stopped defending. So this is what we're doing. The most common defense is to bring the queen out here, not only defending the weak pawn, but attacking this spooky check here. And so we are really hoping that he comes out with the queen. If he doesn't come out with the queen, we're still going to win the game. Don't worry about it. And it'll be very instructive. But he doesn't come out with the queen. Oh, sorry, let me get a little bit better situated. Are we getting the audio of the board? Click back. Oh, we're getting the audio. Everything is crisp. So, in this position, what we are afraid of is the pawn push to the center, attacking our bishop, but also unveiling an attack on our queen. So, what we do is we step back with the queen. We yet again reaffirm this attack here. Most likely he will develop the knight, or he will develop the queen, both of which are, I'm pretty sure, fine. I don't know if there's actually like I think the knight is actually slightly preferred. But then we're in a little bit of a predicament. We have a completely equal position, but we're afraid of this knight jumping forward, hitting this weak square and our queen at the same time, where we would have to come back with the queen to defend this. And we're not really in the business of undeveloping pieces. So what do we do here? I could just trade and allow this. But I think bringing the knight is actually okay here. We could even step over. let's just trade off. I'm not really sure which one is the right move. We jump over with the knight, preventing this knight from coming in, and the entire idea of my attack has fizzled out, so we're just going to be in a completely equal game of chess. I'll go back real quick. I was really trying to show you this here. They come out with the queen, attacking and defending. So they come out with the queen, and you attack the queen. The queen's going to come down here with this check. You step over. Then there's a lot of things that can happen, but black actually has a terrible position where you can essentially attack the queen, and the queen will go like here, and you can push forward and defend everything. And he'll need to step over with his king to defend this pawn. And nobody ever steps over with the king. So there's a lot of variations that can happen in a game of chess. Right now we've simply got one that, I mean, it's neither here nor there. We're going to be basically just playing a game of chess. So we're going to step back here. Take a little tiny step back. He captures. We're going to capture towards the center so that all of my pawns are clumped together. Not that pawn, but that's a knight, obviously. So this is basically what we've got going on. We've got 4 minutes on the clock against our opponent with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. And having question marks next to his bullet score and question marks next to his classical score, it makes me believe that he only plays well thought out long games of chess. And I'm going to show you just another way that you can win chess by applying pressure in the end game in low time. And so this seems to make sense. We're directly attacking this guy. Where is he going after that? He'll probably go over here. So I needed to develop this piece anyway. So now we're doing it with tempo. And this square is pretty, he's pretty hunkered down on this square over here. So I will not be jumping into the middle of the board really anytime soon, because he just has too many pieces looking here. Sorry, my mouse is going a little bit crazy. So he steps back. Fairly reasonable move. We can also take, check. He'll step over here or... Yeah, okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Check. King comes over here. And I could just bring my knight. He'll probably step over. If I take, I can jump in here. Boom, boom, boom. He steps back. It's also probably just about time to castle. I can push this forward. He could push this pawn. I could step back. He could push this pawn. Let's go for a pawn break. I always have this bailout move. I guess he does always just have that, so that's a tad bit unfortunate. We will be stepping back. I don't want to just lose my bishop for no reason. We've both got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, essentially. This generally just brings his knight to the middle, but I'm actually seeing something here. We can capture. Knight comes in. We take, attacking both. He'll jump here to threaten this. So let's just do it. He could just take back with this pawn. If he takes with this pawn, or if he takes with the knight, I don't know, what was I calculating right there? I'm not 100% sure anything that I just said made sense. Because this knight is defending this pawn, so I'm not winning anything. Probably it's about time we castle. I mean, he can get into my position with check. We got to do something with my bishop. And he could castle opposite, and then it's kind of like a declaration of war. So he's going for this. I could push this now, but I somewhat like the idea of just situating my rook here. He could just castle into it, but I think we're going to take that knight. We just don't want that knight living there. Okay, let's just stop clicking pieces for a second and make a move that's actually good. So this applies pressure to the pawn. This kind of forces something here. I'm not sure if it's really good or bad. But we could just go into an endgame and win that way. That's always one way to do it. Probably more pieces on the board is better. So we're just going to apply pressure here. What if he does this? We have to push. Take. Yeah, we have to push. Where this bishop sucks. Maybe his bishop's cutting off a way more important diagonal than mine is. I'm somewhat sensing that I should be bringing my king this way. So we will step here. We can also bring the knight back. He can bring his knight forward, but I would get this. And I think we're doing quite alright. It's still probably even. I'm not really sure who's winning this. Okay, he steps up with the king. I might go for this now. Now the knight is free to enter. I could take here. Boom. If he takes here, then I jump in with the bishop. Let's do this. We got to get this bishop back into the action. He goes ahead and attacks. I mean, this can't be a bad move, correct? And we kind of have this idea now. So he wants to trade. Let's just trade. Not really sure what else to do here. But I am pretty sure that I want to play this. So like here, here, we jump in. Let's just go for it. 2 minutes and 38 seconds against 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Probably I need to be playing a tad bit faster. We have like an opposite side castling game, but this is just about as drawish as it gets. So bringing the king somewhere over here and fighting over this open file are the two things that are basically pretty high on my to-do list. Don't want to necessarily let him double these rooks without any sort of benefit. So I mean, I like this. It's just putting my knight in on a good square. We also have this. Yeah, so he's doubling up the rooks. Probably we want to play like this. What about here? Is there anything cool that I can do? I can push here. We kind of don't really want to allow this. So what if we go here? It gives us a check here, here. We step up. So here, check, here, check, I step up. He could go all the way back behind this pawn. We could plug the hole, like attack this guy, come back, plug the hole. We can just plug the hole like this. Attack this guy. I'm actually just like tinkering with these ideas. I'm not sure what's correct. Here, here. I could drop back, and if he takes, I take. He then gets in, I defend. Don't love that. But I push forward and it's pretty well defended. Here, here. Let's just make a move. I'm getting a little bit low on the clock. It's a little bit scary. If he plays this, if I take, take. What if I step here? If he takes, I go up. I'm going for this. We're trying to bring this guy over here. That's the new idea. Then we can trap the rook. I'm just kidding. He'll trade like this. But 1 minute and 30 seconds against 3 minutes? Jesus. Okay. Here. Where's the knight going after that? Nowhere useful. We can also just fight over this open file like so. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like he's going for this. Here, 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 here. Here, here, here. Let's do it. I mean, he's got the open file, and I'm tired of it. Sick and tired of him having the open file. So we're going to trade the rooks. Go into a king and pawn and knight endgame. So he's coming in, but I'm coming in. He's coming in. And I guess, like, what do we really need to be worried about? Not actually sure. We can give this check, but his king's just coming up. So I could step here, check, here. If I get to this pawn, it might be a little bit problematic. And if the king ever tries to go this way, I have this check to win this pawn. He's got this check, but I come in. Go here. He's got this. But I do have this to win the pawn. So he's got this check. I come back. He goes here. He could probably repeat the position. Ooh. We can give this check. We grab this. The knights are looking at each other. He steps back. We step back. He's going for this. But I have a passed pawn now. I push. He can take this one. What if I launch forward? If he takes, I take. Like, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm pretty quick to play something along the lines of this. So, let's do this. 49 seconds. Awesome. We're going to take this. Now this pawn is also weak. I've definitely made some mistakes here. He's going for this. Jeez, bro. Here. Here. I'm scared. You can go for this, but I step back. We go here, here, and launch this pawn. He's also got this 2-on-1. Ugh, I'm not even winning anymore. It's probably still a draw. Okay, so that separates his pawns. So here, here, but then he's just got these guys. But I can go for it. Here, 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 here. Take. Here. Push this. Oh dear lord, that's what it was. That's what it was. Sorry if I shut up for a second. I'm really locked in. These are always the hardest parts of the game, just so everybody's well aware of that. He can push, but I take, and you lose that. And this outside pawn is going to act as a decoy. So where are you going? You have to step back. If you push forward, I just take. Tragic. Absolutely tragic that I hit him with the deep freeze. I think that's it. What do you do here? We push. We're now touching his weakness, and we push our passed pawn. He can step in, but we take. He steps back, but we step back. You can't guard everything. Grab this, and this guy runs. We could play it real safe and just win all of the pawns. Here, 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 here. Queen, he takes the pawn. Then I do need to figure out. So we could just take. We could just take. Like, there's no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. I saw that there might be some complications here. Like, the king is going to get this pawn. He'd have a pass pawn. Of course, I can still win that. But taking all of his pawns, so there's zero reason to be afraid. And I just realized that was a rated game. I thought that was a casual game. So I am so grateful that I won, because now I'm 2,032. Wow. Let's check that with the computer. I have a sneaking suspicion I played that incredibly accurate. And so let's switch the scenes, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, that was far more inaccurate than I had thought. I thought that was at least like 92% accurate, and it was really 85, with 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 2 inaccuracies, and we will be addressing all of those. And so we'll slide back up here so we can take a full look at the board. Now we have e4, e5, bishop c3, the knight comes out, the bishop comes out, and we go with this, queen g4. Generally, what this does, it attacks all this stuff. This or this are the best moves. The most common move is to bring the queen out. Now, here's generally the line if the queen comes out, and you'll be able to see that he needs to step over with the king yet again, and nobody does that. They generally like push this pawn where you attack the queen, and then you just have a crushing and winning line out of nowhere. So unfortunately, that didn't happen. Maybe I should check what to do here. We step back, the queen comes, I'm supposed to attack the queen, where you take, and I just get a lead in development. Okay, I guess that wasn't too hard to see. Plus, I'm sort of attacking this, and I'm attacking this. So I'm attacking the fork. Okay, we'll be doing that next time. Instead, we take the queen and we just get a completely equal position. And instead of bringing my knight to the normal square, I put him on a weird square. I go e2 instead of f3, with f3 is obviously the natural development square for the knight. And we just get into a completely symmetrical game. None of this really matters all incredibly too much. We develop our piece with tempo. I guess that I had this idea, but that's really never going to work. So we might as well just push a pawn. Completely equal. We step back, trade, castle, and we've made it 15, 16 moves, and it is completely equal. Nothing exciting has happened thus far. He gets the knight in. We take it with our knight. We step up with the bishop, which is an inaccuracy. We have a half a pawn advantage, less than half a pawn, but we do a little fiddling around, and we come back, attack the bishop. We trade. We get the knight in, knight to the middle, and I'm supposed to push this pawn to prevent the knight from getting in. Never in a million years am I playing that. This is basically where I spent the most amount of time in the entire game, and I didn't play the right move. I'm supposed to keep it equal by pushing the pawn up. Oh, maybe I can double? Like here, you attack and I get behind. That's what the idea is. Like this, and I cover like this. That's weird, but yes, it would have worked. Okay. I did not think about doing that and like putting my rook in front of my pawn. I guess that makes sense. My rook in this file is better than like over here. Okay, so either way, I play the wrong move. We step up. We step in with the king. Trade. We go for the open file. It's slightly more accurate to play this. I can't really tell you why, but this is a complete draw. And we just get in. And our opponent never used too much of his time here, but we finally get in here and we get a pawn. It's still a draw because he can get in and still attack our pawn, and we really have not a great way to defend it, because even if I push, he just takes, and that is exactly what happened in the game. So we play a blunder here. I'm officially losing. We jump back with the knight, and we trade. Now it's still a draw, but I hit him with the deep freeze. Now this is just important to memorize. This pawn is holding two pawns. He can't push forward or I'm going to take, and my pawn is too close to promotion, so you can't do that. So one pawn stops two. You can also do it with three. So imagine if there were three pawns here, you wouldn't be able to push either of them because I just take, if that makes sense. Sorry, I drew this arrow. I meant like pawns here. You can't push either one because I'll just take. So one pawn can actually stop three if you kind of get lucky or strategic. So still a draw. But here, what was he supposed to do? He's supposed to allow it. We get the queen, you get the queen, and it's still a draw, but I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably going to win this, because his king is far away from all the checks, so I'm probably going to be able to figure out a way to give a bunch of checks and win at least one of these pawns, and put my queen somewhere not terrible, like on a defended square, so you can give me some checks, but at least my pawns are held. And so, man, he could have just gone for the pawn chase. But we go in here, and then this outside pass pawn simply becomes a decoy. He's got to chase it at some point, and here, I guess probably the easiest idea is to just make a new queen, but I realized that I'm going to do this, and he's going to get in here, and I'll make a queen, and then he'll win my pawn, and then it's a king and a pawn, and I got to stop that with my queen. I had 30 seconds, so I just chose to, I mean, once I take this pawn, for one, another thing you should just know about king and pawn endgames, his king can never stop this, so I can go here and come in here and have all the time in the world to do this, and his king can never actually take this pawn, or this one runs. So like say my king runs all the way over here. If his king is right here and he takes, this pawn will run and become a queen. And if he's too lazy and he tries to do something with his king over here, like I can push these pawns, and when he gets closer, I can make the same structure of just two pawns. So two pawns in this structure, the classic structure, is safe against an enemy king. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I am on a mission to try and get monetized, and so I need some more watch hours, I need some more subscribers. I need to do a whole lot better with this whole YouTube thing if I expect to make any money or do anything with this channel. So thank you so much. Your support is immensely appreciated. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be going head-to-head with an 1882 playing the Caro-Kann. So we will be playing the advanced variation. I could go for the Alien Gambit, but in a 10-minute game of chess, I just do not think it's advisable. So we are going to go for the fantasy variation, which I don't have memorized at all, so that's probably bad for me, but we are going to just go for it. It's like it's like the 5th most popular move. I think he goes for this, and we develop the knight. That seems to be what I remember. We develop the knight. He develops his knight. But we capture. He takes. Okay, he goes for the pin. We break the pin. If he... I think we take. What do we do here? Defend the center one more? It's a pretty straightforward plan. I think we're just going to go for it. If he captures, I take. He takes, I take. He develops this knight. Somewhat of a problem. Just a tad bit. A little bit of a problem. If I take, and he takes, I take. He takes. Not great for me. Potentially we tickle here. He steps back, I tickle again. If this happens, we're doing this. This pin is a problem of defending this. He's got this capture. He's got this is also hanging. If he steps back, I literally might chase him. Because this pin is really an issue right now. But oh dear lord, what do I actually do? If he steps back, boom, boom, boom. And he's got a lot of pressure on this pawn all of a sudden. We just take, no? You go here, I step up. I'm not even going to calculate it. We're just going to take this bishop. He jumps in, I step up. Or I step all the way up. Okay, so he captures here. I think we just take this, no? And then if you take, I take. You jump in. I get active like this. Okay, this is kind of forcing. I'm doing quite well in the position. I take. I don't know what our opponent was thinking there, but I think we're gonna be all right now. I'm up a piece. It was a complete sacrifice. My king sucks, but I think I'm gonna be able to. That's scary. Absolutely, that is scary. But I can just play this. No. Force the queen trade. I'm playing this. I'm playing this. I will trade the queens in the middle of the board, my friend. I was a little bit worried about like some of these like diagonal type moves. And so if we trade these queens, I feel very good about this endgame. Like he's still got this. But I can just attack you. And then you got to get out of here. And I can attack you again. And then you really got to get out of here. And I can push you again. And then you got to really figure out what you're doing with this knight. This knight all of a sudden becomes a liability. So we trade. We take back with the queen. He's got this, but like I calculated, we attack you. Where do you go then? Here, the only move, right? I attack you again. You could go here, but I'm defended. I might just develop a piece at that point. And if you take, I take, and I'm up a piece. I'll lose my bishop for the knight, but I'll get activity and develop my pieces. He's got this. Yes. We defend. He attacks. I step back like this. I could just attack here. 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 Oh, he takes and it's defended at that point. I mean, instead of being fancy, I could just step back. This. Check. I step up. Let's be safe. He's still got this, but, I mean, I can run away. And like this check, I mean, my king steps up. Ooh. Now I could go here. Kind of like the idea of that. And we gotta do something. Here, here, here. What about this? Check. Boom, boom, up. We're playing this. It's going to defend this F2 square. We don't want nonsense like this. Knight's defended. This guy is not defended. I'm getting quick to be able to develop this guy. If he plays this, 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 I can capture. I'm also ready to bring this knight. I'm also getting ready to castle. Have I moved my king yet? I completely forget. Completely equal on the clock. He can castle. We develop. He can jump in. I'm stepping up. Then he's really kind of in a situation. He's going to have to decide what to do. And my pieces are defending each other. So he's got this, but I'll just move up. I will straight up just move up. Oh, then he can attack this. Okay, so I got to play this. Only move, right? I'm ready to castle. I think I got to like fast forward through this game. Okay, so I guess I can't scroll on the thing anymore. We got to remember, did I move the king? I don't think that I did. Okay, so he goes for this. We step up, no? We step out of this defending. We attack and defend. What else is going on here? We step up. If you capture, I can capture like this. He can play something like this, but we'll capture. Or if he plays this, I could capture here. And if he captures here, I capture here. I think I'm going to be all right. Like, all of my pieces are swarming my king, and we have no queens. So it's really just going to be like a tactical thing. If I'm able to trade down some pieces, I win. If he's able to like launch some sort of crazy attack, I'm going to lose. But I feel actually quite decent about what's going on in this position. At the very least, I can capture, take. I'll have to defend this first. So maybe I'm going to bring my rook. Like, my configuration of pieces is sloppy at best, but I don't hate it. I don't absolutely hate it. What do you do? Bring this? We go here. Take. Don't love that. We defend. He goes here. Move my rook. I think we go for this. If he doubles, I am literally surrounding my king with every single piece that I have. Like, every single piece that I have is surrounding my king right now. And I actually think if I'm able to move this guy, like if he doubles and I move this guy, take. I think I survive that. Or actually, does it work? Here. What are you going to do other than take? Push this pawn. I'm going to grab this first. Okay. I'm unsure what is the better move. I can take here, but what does that really accomplish? Let's just do this. It adds a defender to this guy. My rook is completely left out of the game. Maybe we do this. I'm going for this. It's a pretty straightforward threat. Like, that's my entire idea. He can get in, but I'm hitting this fork. Okay, we do this. We're attacking the rook and this guy. He has to step up. We take. We're going for this. This is defended enough different ways. This doesn't really work. It's defended too many different, freaking every single way in the position you could ever think of. And I'm going to be able to grab this bishop. And if I grab this bishop and, like, bring his rook over here, all of a sudden, we have, like, gotten rid of so much stuff we need to be worried about. So, for one, I can take this with check. Okay, I mean, just give up. I can take this with check, for one. Like, take this with check. If you step up, I take this with check, and you have to come back, and then I take this. So, he, what was he really supposed to do? I think he just needed to scoot the rook up one square. But I'm still taking this with check, then check. Then I attack. Probably you take, I take. You attack again. I'll defend. Let's check it with the computer and just see how accurate of a game was that. I feel like it was actually pretty solid. I was in trouble in the beginning, I felt like. Maybe not like tremendous trouble, but it wasn't. Let's change the scenes. Set up for lichess. Bada boom, bada bing. Request a computer analysis. And we're going to take the moment of truth. How good am I at chess? 1 inaccuracy I see already. The computer is thinking. And the graph is off to a bad start because it shows that I had a very big advantage. And I'm not sure if I converted that completely the way that I was supposed to. We could do a little game of guess the accuracy. Like we guess what % accuracy it is. Okay, so let's just see this. Caro-Kann fantasy variation. Best move. Best move. Best move. Ooh, not the best move, but who cares? It's about equal. Then this. He's just sacrificing the bishop. I didn't believe in this. And we just go for the queen trade. No, it's not the best move. Like getting more active is like defending the discovery check with the bishop. No. The easiest, best move to play. Get rid of the most powerful pieces. I know that I'm winning here. Jumping back with tempo on this. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Not the best move. This was better. I guess just defending the pawn. Could be a weakness at some point. Whatever. Ooh, castling out of it. Realizing that there was this fork. If he goes here. Oh, castling to add pressure to the fork. Okay, that's a complicated move. We're castling. That's fancy. We castle to allow this so that there's this fork because now we have added... Okay, you need to be real good at chess to find a move like that. And I'm just not that good. So stepping up with the king is the second best option. Keeping my advantage beautiful. We step over. I guess I could have taken 3 different ways. They're all about the same. We develop and we get this fork. And yeah, we're gonna take this with check. Pretty much no matter what you do. Like if you step here, I'm going here. So I'm just getting in. I take this with check. If you step here, I grab the rook. If you grab this rook, I take. Then you grab this. I'm completely, absolutely crushing. I think that might be another 98% accurate game. Straight up, every move was the best move. Let's just see how accurate it was. Oh, it's still loading. It says 100% accurate. I was like, 100%? It can't be 100%. This thing needs to load just a little bit more. Please load. What's going on here? Wow. I feel like that was pretty accurate. And then here, like, okay, I'm tossing away some % of accuracy here to play the human best move. Like, if you're a human and you're winning, trade the queens. Could I have, like, defended and developed my pieces faster? Yes. But if we get rid of the queens, I am far more likely to win. He's not going to develop... Like, if we got into this position right here, and, like, just say a queen appears here and my queen appears here, that's a whole different game. That is a whole different game. I am actually getting attacked, and I'll need to figure my way out of it. But, yeah, everything was, like, pretty accurate. I'm thinking it was really, really high. Oh, my God, it's slowly loading in. 93% accurate. That took way longer than it needed to. 3 inaccuracies, 98% accurate, 25 average Santipan loss. Not the greatest. Where were my inaccuracies? I mean, if he captures, I just take back. No, I'm slightly losing. Okay, he's gonna get like a little bit of development. We're not scared of that. Okay, that inaccuracy, who cares? This inaccuracy, not an inaccuracy. I know that maybe it's not the best move in the position, but it's a way to trade the queens. Best move. Then, okay, stepping over here to apply pressure to this. But doesn't that just allow this check, and then I step up, and then there's this, and then I gotta, like, really kind of get fancy? Like, kind of what I was thinking here. Like, if I do this, I allow this check. Then I step up, and then this, yes. And then I gotta get real fancy. I probably would have played this, where you can attack me again. Then my rook comes all the way over here. I did see this for a second, this configuration. I mean, it gets a little bit flimsy if I play something like this. I didn't want to go into any of that. It seemed too scary. I didn't want to, like, allow checks and stuff. So instead of that, I'm allowing the check, but I step up, and I've got at least my knight, because this guy is not going to be doing anything. So that is why. I didn't want to bring my knight over here. Then he's not, like, helping in this situation. So sorry that it took forever to actually have the computer analysis. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here or watch another one of my videos. I'll put it right here. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we are going to be doing is absolutely destroying this 1986. Doesn't say where he's from. We're going to take a quick gander. He's from Italy. 2,000 games, joined 1 month ago. That is sketchy. He doesn't have real ratings in anything but Rapid and Bullet. He says, hello, have fun. I don't think we are going to be having any fun today. And so, let's just develop the knight. You know what I mean? Already just out of the opening. Not sure if I made the right move here. He's definitely just got this. So let's just develop. He's got the pawn push. We're going to take that idea away. We don't want the pawn pushing forward, so we're going to just do this. We don't really have a great square to put this bishop. Like if I go here, I'm breaking the pin. Let's just push a pawn. Let's push a pawn on the side of the board and not be afraid. And so I guess one thing that I want to hammer in is studying openings is way overrated. You need to study endgames. If you're trying to get better at chess, that is where the game is won and lost every single time. 99% of the time, the opening does not matter. You can literally make like a selection of 5 different moves in every position that keep it just about equal. And so we want to develop this bishop. I don't have really great squares. The pin is not going to happen. I guess we don't really have to take. We could develop this. So the reason that we're challenging this is like, what else was I going to do with the bishop? I really had my choice of this square, but the pin was never really going to happen because my pawn is defending the pin. I think it's time we take a little castle. Probably our opponent will castle. Okay, we capture. Now it might be time to castle. And we could jump forward. And then like this happens. I don't know if that's really good for anybody. Putting my rook here probably makes more sense. So let's just go with this. Probably that's the correct idea. Go ahead and put my knight to an active square. I mean, we're just going to trade it off. Why not? And we kind of got to keep my knight here because I don't want this to happen. We can go for a double up technique. He could play something. If we play this, 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 we're going to be all right. So we're just going to play it. And basically, my strategy in some of these games is literally just like trade evenly, get into an endgame as fast as possible, and that is where the game is won and lost. We have made 14 moves, and I can almost guarantee you that it is a complete draw no matter what. Let's just trade a piece equally. He might even throw in this rook capture. I'm not really sure that it's good or bad for anybody, but we're going to double up the rooks. That is the straight up idea here. We're still holding down this square. That makes the knight step back, which is probably really not like incredibly useful or anything, because if I take, and then I bring my queen over, I have no infiltration because when the knight moves from being attacked, he could even step over with the king. There's probably a lot of things that he could do here. But let's just rush into an equal endgame. It looks like I came back surviving a shipwrecked island. Yes, it does. Look at this beard. This thing is ridiculous. Should I shave it all off? I took your idea, Isaac, and said that I would do it like live on stream, and then if I reach like a certain level of subscribers or like whatever it may be, then shave the beard. So I'm just thinking this. He comes back with the knight. I could just push forward here. If I step back, capture, capture, his knight can actually get access to this square in 2 moves. How powerful is his knight being on this square? I mean, I could probably just like step forward and then like bring my knight over here, challenging this. I mean, I could just take, but then he's got this pawn break, which I don't love. Shave at 1.5. I think 2K. 2K is a better idea. I'm sensing that I want to be able to push here to defend this. And dude, we are just rushing. Like if the knight comes here or here, it's got some good squares for this guy. I mean, I can get my knight here and he can get his knight here. I'm not really sure which one is better. And I don't see really any weaknesses or like any great movement forward. I guess I can go here and go for the pawn break. Here. Push like this. That's sketchy. He can go here and capture, capture, capture. Let's do it. We're going for the pawn break. He can defend it, like literally he's going to be making one of these moves. I think that this one's probably more flexible because he has the choice of going to either one. We do have this check now. We do have the pawn break as well. Then we just get into the position with tempo on this, covering these squares. I think we go for this. If he brings the knight, okay, we take with tempo on this. Never forget the tempo winning moves. He defends. We could just trade. It's probably time. He can launch here. He's got a 3-on-2. He's got a 3-on-2. Also tempo. Scary to play move, but we're going to do it. He can attack us. We jump in. Oh, he defends. Okay. He's got his choice of these moves. I could play this. What about check? Check. I mean, what does that accomplish? Got 5 minutes. Don't say something like that in the chat, bro. I think we play this. Here, here. Attack it again. It's not really attacking anything. Would give this check. I mean, he just steps over. Potentially I hit him with this check. He steps over again, or he steps forward. Maybe I just defend this. We're a little bit worried. Like if I step forward, he jumps in. Okay? We attack. He jumps in. We push again. I'm not... Ugh, these knight endgames are complicated. Kind of thinking just step forward. We just step forward. No, that walks into this. Okay, we're doing this. It defends this square from the knight. We can at least get a check. This is undefended. Probably we got to push forward. I have a 4-on-3, and he has a 3-on-2. That is the imbalance of the position. The only thing that I really got going for me is the kings are on this side. So his 3-on-2 is weaker than my 4-on-1. The knights are on this side, but the knights kind of are not as good as the king in the endgame at stopping pawns. And so what I am thinking is if I can make some sort of pass pawn on this side of the board, there's a chance that I can just completely immobilize the knights, and then we fight over these 5 pawns over here. Quit playing ring around the rosy. Develop the king. I stepped the king forward. I'm on the 2nd rank. He's on the 2nd rank. I think we're completely even in regards of king activity. So he goes ahead and gives me a little tiny check. If I jump forward, he kind of just gets like a tempo winning move. What am I really accomplishing with the knight? I think this might be the new idea. We play this. He jumps in with check. I step up. We're playing this. 4 minutes and 22 seconds against 7 minutes. His knight will be quite happy over here. Also able to access this square, attacking this guy. As long as I don't hang some sort of stupid fork from these knights, I think we're going to be all right. But this is going to be a doozy of an endgame. An absolute doozy. It's all about who blunders first. I can defend that with the king. We have to play this, no? He's got this. I push forward. He hits me with a check. Step over again. I'm a little bit spooked. I'm not going to lie to you guys. His knight seems to be doing more knightsy stuff than my knight. Do we attack? What do we do? We can jump forward, attacking this. Ooh, I kind of like that. He pushes forward. We hit him with the check. I think we go for this. Attacking this guy. How do you defend it? We jump forward. If you push, I hit you with a check. You step here. I hit you with another check. If I do this, if he captures, I take. He pushes forward. I stay defending. It's a scary move to play, but this is the move I play. I think it might be a winning move. I jump in, you jump in, I push. You hit me with a check. I attack. We're going for this. This doesn't work because I get in. This push doesn't work because I have the fork. Boom, boom. Defending with the knight. Please. This is so scary. This. We step over. We're going for this guy. You can't defend because your square is taken. That's the defensive square. He's also got this, but this is not going to work either. So I might be grabbing a pawn. And then it's still a draw, but then I'm on the happy side of the draw because I all of a sudden made a pass pawn. I win this pawn becomes stronger. And I don't even need to like completely commit. At some point, if this knight moves, I can step forward. And then I have like a super impenetrable structure, and we can focus on this over here, or like making a pass pawn over here. I think we're doing all right. I think we are doing all right. And finally, our opponent decides to take a little bit of a think. Okay, I think that what I calculated made sense. Check here, check. It doesn't work. This is defended. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Check. We attack the knight, no? If you take, I take. Here, here. I think I have to play this. We attack the knight. If you take here, I take here. But then he just takes back. Ugh. What about this? Here. Still this with check. Oh, did I just blunder? God damn it, that was not a game-winning move. That was me blundering away the endgame. I think I can still survive. What do I do? What do I do? Check. This doesn't work. This. Here. To. This is what I'm playing. He can take, 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 take. Then it's a 3-on-2 versus 3-on-2, but his 3-on-2 is more advanced than mine. Help. 1 minute and 36 seconds. This is tense. Take, take. He's also got this. We're ready to attack. If he does something else, I think I'm ready to just attack like this. He can throw this in with check, so it actually doesn't work incredibly well. My king would be pretty active right there. It gives me a little check. What do I do here? If I step forward, he's got this check. Don't love that. If I step over, then we're covering a lot of stuff. He could step in, but then I'm ready to take and separate these pawns. I quite like that. If the knight ever moves, I can take that as well. So take, take. Probably take, take. If he pushes, I take. He steps forward, I step over. He pushes, I take. He takes. Then this pass pawn is actually tremendously scary in that position. Here, I can attack first. Attack this knight first, then grab this. Here, here, grab this, attacking the knight. I think something is happening right here. We attack. Do I simply capture this back like this? Could step forward as well. I think we go for this. If you step in, I take. We're doing this. We attack the knight. If my knight goes here, though, I'm completely invested in making a pass pawn and winning the endgame. This 3-on-2 is actually getting really scary because my king is not over there and my knight is potentially going to be quite far. So if you play something like this, we take. Where are you really going in that situation? You have to play something like this, no? I capture. I got a long journey home. Okay. Here, check. I step over. Here. Okay, we don't love it. We can take here. Here, here, here. Ah, what do I do? Take, check, here. He jumps in. I step back. He wins this. I win this. 24 seconds. Here, here. This, I step back. He wins this. I win this. He hits me with this fork. I step up. He wins this. I attack this. He could attack this. I grab here. That defends this. Okay, he wants to play that. I've at least escaped from that fork. He's got this, this, this. I'm back to defend this. He jumps up here. He's got this, this. He jumps up here. I push. He jumps over. Completely equal. But now I have 9 seconds and he has 3 minutes. I hate chess. Gosh darn it. Okay, he goes for this. We're just committing. You go for this. I'm making a pass pawn. That is the whole idea here. He takes. I push. You take, take. I'm ready to run. Don't have time to calculate it. Push here. We run. Oh my god, I got 1 second. Okay. This is tense. I think I can just push, push. At some point, right? Here, here. No, if he does this, I take. If he goes here, here. Step forward. No checks. 5 seconds. Ready to push. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. 5 seconds. Here, here. How are you stopping this pawn, bro? I can almost pre-move that, correct? I mean, this is going to be my next move. I'm so scared. This. This, this. Comes back, I push. He runs over. I make the queen. Doesn't have this. Where are you trying to go with that knight, bro? I got 6 seconds. 1 square away. How are you defending this? You got a 2-on-1, but like I said, our kings are on this side of the board. He can try and flag me. It's been a while since I've played a game of bullet, so he could try and flag me. There's a chance. Okay, we're doing this. We're just going to make some moves. We traded the knights. I've got 9 seconds now. Take this with check. He steps over here. We give a check. We go here to attack this. We step over. He's got this. Here. What are you going to do? Push forward? Okay, we take this. Step forward. Go here. We grab this. We're going back. 17 seconds. We take a deep breath. We go here. Check. Take the pawn. Whatever you do, I am going to get you in the end of this. The reason that I'm playing like this is to get rid of this pawn. I don't need another queen. It's easier to just get rid of everything at the end of the game. And so, like, right now in this position, we've got some pawns. I feel much better about checkmating in low time when we just get rid of everything. He's got like a check that two checks that we'd have to deal with. So we were able to do it. Now, the question is, should I do an analysis? Should I do an analysis? Let's do a very quick one. Very, very quick. Boom. And I could probably change my scene collection. We're going to do this in like under 2 minutes. Push through it. Did we request the computer analysis? Holy crap. 98% accurate. I am a genius. I played a perfect game of chess. 6 average centipawn loss. Holy smokes. That might have been the cleanest game of chess that I've ever played in my life. Okay. I was not confident about it. I definitely played all those moves, like I'm not sure. But we crushed it. We crushed it. Holy crap. We're going to do this real quick. And I guess everything that I explained made perfect sense because I won the game and played 98% accurate. Okay, so this is all just mainline computer stuff. Pushing this pawn, whatever, it stays equal. I mean, pushing this pawn is just too weakening. I'm not playing like that. We develop, castle, trade. Knight to the middle, we trade equal. We trade equal. The reason I play like this is, like I said, you get to the end game, and that is where the game is won and lost. All of this stuff did not make really all that much of a difference. Like, we're on move 20. Nothing exciting has happened. Trade. And this is where it starts getting fancy. Jumping forward with the check is slightly better. Whatever, I like this. Bring the king. Jump over here. Step up. Oh, my God. Best move. Okay, best move. He steps in, I step up. My original idea was check, somewhere, take. None of that made any sense because this was covered. So I calculated it wrong, but I was able to get, you know, a little bit of compensation by playing this. We're applying pressure to this pawn and this pawn. So even once I get here, if he captures, I can always just capture back, and I'm not going to straight up lose a pawn. Best move. Best move. Best move. Second best move. I'm up a clean pawn. I guess this is going to be a problem one way or another. So capturing this makes sense because I'm still going to be able to grab this. If I capture here, he can push, and I'm not going to grab it. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Like, if I grab this one, this is still an issue. Like, if he tries to defend, I just come back with this fork. Okay. Okay, that was my blunder of the game. I was like, which one is more important? I liked grabbing this one because it just seemed like this was still going to be there. But I'll explain it one more time very quickly. If I take this one, he has to defend this, but I can just come back and I'm going to get it. If I take this one, he can push forward, and then all of a sudden I need to switch my eyes on getting this pawn, which is harder to do. So wrong move, he pushes forward, we push forward, we step over. Best move. I realize I'm losing this pawn, but I've got a 3-on-2. Like I had mentioned, he's got a 3-on-2, but it is not as good as mine because the kings are here. So at some point, like, my king can stop your last pawn. Does that make sense? So, like, nobody's over here to deal with this. The knight is over here and the king is over here. So my 3-on-2 is much more effective because I can push, make this pass pawn, and then all of a sudden, it's still a draw. How is he supposed to stop this? He played the wrong move. This. You block. We go here. You lock it down like that. Okay, so that sucks, and I'm still probably going to win this. Because I'm going to figure out how to get in. I can get this fork. I'm going to figure this out. 3-on-1, but I got my king and my knight. You're stuck over here, and if you make 2 moves, I make a queen. So basically, your king has to go all the way over here. Actually getting a draw from this position for our opponent, that would be very difficult. That would be very, very difficult. So the computer says right here that it's equal. I disagree. That was going to be very hard to play. And then we just... You know what I mean? We just push. We get the queen. We give a check. We give a check. We take. And then I just was in low time here. So something you want to do when you're in super low time is, like, give the checks. This is a forcible way to trade the knights. A forcing way to trade the knights. And then I just gave some checks. We're making just some moves to gain time. I do have a little bit of increment. We get in here and then just make things simple. Get behind the pass pawn. If he blocks it, just give it away. If he doesn't block it, cool, you make a queen or a rook. If he blocks it, you give it away. And if he does not take it, it's turning into a queen with check. So like say he tries to like run here, then I just make a queen and it's with check. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed hanging out with me, please subscribe. I'm on a mission to actually grow this channel. And so I was traveling for like 25 days. I didn't even talk about my trip or anything. I just got back from Thailand. That's why I look homeless. I didn't shave for a month. So please subscribe. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye, and get out of here. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. First things first, we're facing a 2100, so let's just get that first move out of the way so the game does not abort. We are playing the Sicilian. I'm going to start bringing this into the start of my video so we can see just where I'm at. I am 5 subscribers away from reaching a milestone of 1,500. So if you're watching this video in the future and I have 10,000 subscribers, just kidding, that will never happen, please subscribe. So I forget exactly what this opening is called, but we are playing the Sicilian. This is one of the variations where we're going to go ahead and put our pawns in the middle and recapture with our knight. He brings his knight. Let me clear my throat a little bit because I'm going to be doing a little bit of yapping about chess. So at some point this knight is going to come. He has obviously showed us he's going to fanketter the bishop, so we're going to just prematurely go ahead and defend this. So now that if this ever happens, we do have 2 defenders on this. I think we're going to bring the bishop out. I feel like that is the most promising move. He castles. And there's the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Not yet. Technically, I'm going to move my queen. I forget which square is actually preferred. I, for some reason, feel like this one is. I'm doing this one, though, because we're never walking into this dark square bishop pin. So I think that this is going to make sense. But really what we're going to be doing here is castling opposite. Oh, my goodness. Where we're going to just try and kill each other, okay? I believe that this move is what needs to be played right now. The only reason I don't like that, I've had this exact position and I need to be able to memorize. Like, I need to memorize my openings a little bit better than what I have right now. I want to play this to stop the knight coming in. So if I push forward, he doesn't come forward and attack my dark square bishop. I guess if he does, I can not immediately, because the knight will be boomerang defending this. But I think we just go for it. Where we capture, he captures, and we launch this pawn. No more calculation needed. If this happens, I think we just allow it. I think we just allow it. And if capture captures, we still have extra defenders on this guy. We can pretty much trade this off at will. And this somewhat takes away the idea of a quick e5. Because now we have at least a little touch on that square. So still, let's make sure that I actually pressed record. This is recording. I'm recording a video for the future. I'm trying to just foster my attacking chess abilities, because the way that I win all of my games of chess is I same side castle, trade completely equally, completely boring, go up a pawn, and somehow win like a king and pawn endgame. That is literally the way that I win every game of chess. Okay, so it looks like he really just wants to arrive. He really is just trying to crack things on open over here. I like the idea of this. What a... What about take, take, push, take, take, queen's trade? It's hard to say. I want to play this, but I think that I just lose a pawn at the end because we have this and then there's this in-between capture. So what if I take here, then push? Here, if he brings the pawn, we're cool. But here, we push. He could take with the knight attacking my queen. I'd have to take and the bishop would take. He's attacking this, but I could just take and then take. I'm down like a minute and a half on the clock. This is not what you want to see. It's one of these pawn pushes, right? Like there's even the slow approach and then push. What am I thinking about for so long? Just play a goddamn move, bro. This isn't right. Take, take, push. Take, take, steps back. I don't know if I have anything. Take, take, push, take here. He steps back, attacking this. We go for a trade and bring my queen over here. And just let him get that pawn with his knight. What if we play this? I don't think that move made any sense. Because there's this, this. I spent way too long thinking about all of that. Okay, so now if he ever moves the knight, this bishop is under attack. This rook is also looking at my king. It's a tiny bit disconcerting. We could take. Let's just do this. If he takes with the bishop, we step back. Held. I like my bishop on this diagonal, if we're going to be completely honest. I don't like this dude looking here. Probably that's the move that's going to happen, though. Maybe we step back here. But then, actually, if I step back here, then potentially my bishop gets locked in jail. So I might step back here, add a defender to this. Maybe an attacker with a pawn push at some point. Okay, so he does want to capture. We've got too many things looking at this. We've also got discovery ideas here. I think we do just step back. The problem is now that if this knight moves, I can't step forward to defend this guy. I'd probably have to jump forward. Or take, take. I need to play this. I need my attack to arrive, and it's not arriving yet. My pawns are close, but they are not there. I need all my pawns on these squares and just start pushing things forward. Let's check this guy's bullet. Terrible at bullet, terrible at blitz, only good at rapid. Let's get this into a low time situation. I don't think that's really going to be able to happen because I'm down 2 minutes on the clock, so I do need to play a little bit quicker than I am playing. This is going to be my next move. Or he could just lock it down, and if I trade, it's like my isolated pawn here. And no matter what, once he captures this knight, I can't even take back with the queen. I'll have to take like this, and then my king is just susceptible to all sorts of attacks. So potentially I push forward. Maybe we play this. Get this little action going on. I'd kind of like his pawn here. I'm quite scared. I'm not sure. Is my voice the appropriate sound level? By the way, I haven't gained any subscribers, so quick little update on that. Let's get that thing out of the way. I think that it's still completely equal. I'm really just hoping and praying. That seems good. Like, boom, boom. Even if he takes with the knight, I just take. Completely destroys the pawns. I'm ready to rebring another rook. Do I really need 2 rooks to initiate this attack? We're almost equal on the clock as well now. And we're just kind of in a complicated game. This... I mean, he doesn't need to take, is what really sucks. What is the correct move for him to play? He could just step forward and apply pressure to this. And then, like, bring the knight. And once he brings the knight, he does have a lot of attackers on this guy. This knight seems like a liability. Maybe I bring him back and just fully invest on the attack. Okay. We can push forward. We can also push forward here. I think we take. If he takes with the knight, we also take. He'll for sure take with the bishop. Let's do it. It's only +2, so actually once we get into a little bit of low time, it's going to get a little bit ridiculous. This knight seems like a liability for me. This bishop is absolutely terrifying. So now we've just got a lot of things looking at this, so I think we have to take. This is held. I kind of like this. He might play this, where I capture, capture. The rook coming over is actually quite scary. And what does this even accomplish? What if he just takes? He just kicks me out of there? Let's go for it. We gotta go for something. We're scared of this, but I could just push forward. Here, here, here. I take. He comes in here attacking the... No, no, no. He would come with the rook. And I step over with the queen. Allow the check. I step up. He's going to double down on this guy almost certainly. He could trade. And our opponent has just slipped below on the clock. 4 minutes against 4 minutes and 36 seconds. A 2100 sitting across the board from us. What is going to happen in this endgame? He's also... I feel like his attack is just kind of arriving faster than mine. If we're going to be completely honest. Like, he can just take. It ruins his pawn structure. He doesn't have to, though. So, almost definitely he's considering, like, some other options. Like, even something like this might make sense. Like, just put a pawn in the center. What am I going to really do? Capture like this, en passant? And then he just, like, stations a completely indestructible defense. So, he goes for this. What on earth is that? I mean, pretty plain and simple, he's going for this pawn. We take like this. He takes like this. We launch a pawn. He takes. We launch a pawn. Take. If he takes like this, it opens up ideas here that aren't actually terrific for me. I feel like that was the whole entire idea of my position. So we will be playing that move. I can maybe step forward. Now is no time to be making stupid moves. He is slipping low on the clock. Dude is 100 points rated higher than me. What on earth? I capture with the bishop, no? You capture here, I take. I mean, if I take like this, sacrifice here, I take like this, no? Also, I can take with check over here. So for one, I can just play that move. Gave me a little bit of hope. And I take like this. This doesn't work. I just step up. But now I'm getting officially attacked. He did just sacrifice a piece. Okay. He is really, really trying to grind down on some stuff here. I'm thinking about stepping over. We step over. We step up. If I play this... Okay, okay. You're gonna give up in this position, bro? I mean, you're lost. That sacrifice, I don't think, worked. Don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about that. I almost feel bad for him. What on earth did this dude calculate? Why would you play that? I feel like in this position, like, this move is brave. It's not dumb, but it's brave. Was the whole idea. So you're telling me he thought about this for 6 minutes? The whole idea of this was this? Dude is a maniac. And then, yeah, like, I don't have to take with my queen and allow this. And even if I do, it's not completely losing. And I can always play this in the middle of everything. So I do actually get to, like, shred open your king as well. My pawn gets to gobble gobble. Or even... Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be on equal footing against a 2,000 rated opponent. We're going to take a quick gander at their profile. And we see that he has a 2,000 true and true. Through and through, true and true, however you say it. He's 2,000 in literally every classification. Even classical, he's 2,100. So we're going to have a whole heckin' lot of fun. I hope he plays the fantasy, actually. I would like to just have a gnarly, vicious attacking game of chess, but I have elected to play the Caro-Kann, which basically shuts the door on any attacking maneuvers. Will he play the Alien Gambit? There is also a line here where you just develop and you just get like a nice fat lead in development. He can play the Alien Gambit or the Tartakower. Capture, capture is the Tartakower, right? Where I bring my bishop out here to d6. So he's thinking about it. We'll pre-move this. He wants to play the Alien Gambit. We're going to coax him into it. The best move in this position is not to play h6. You are supposed to go ahead and play c5. c5 immediately is the best move. The drawback of playing c5 shows your opponent, like, okay, in this position, if I play c5, he might say, we're not playing the Alien Gambit. This dude has studied openings. I don't want to play the Alien Gambit against somebody that has studied the Alien Gambit, and they will not play it. They will play some other move, not sacrificing the knight. Now, in this position, they almost always are guaranteed. Now, you came in here. Why else would you have played knight g5? You're ready to play the Gambit. So he has successfully played the Gambit. Playing this move is not the best, but if you want them to play the Gambit, it is the best. Now, something that you just need to know about getting attacked with the Alien Gambit is this check is going to come. c5 now is what you need to play. Not because you want this tension in the middle. That's not really what's important here. Yes, it can be important later, but what is very, very, very important, you push this pawn forward, it is defended by the bishop. This check comes in, you step back. You can step a couple places, but I choose to step back. And then there's some lines where the knight gets into this guy, and you're supposed to just leave him. We develop the knight. Sorry, I stopped. I have a problem with starting a sentence and then they play a move and I just shut up and change topics completely. The reason that knight was like 75% of your attack. So we will be taking back here. Sorry, I'm thinking quite deeply about this. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to play here. Actually, that might have been dumb because whatever. We are just going to play it. But now we're going to put this knight in the middle of the board. Boom. He can step back and do some stuff, but then my knight gets to live here in the middle of the board, which is just a great piece. You can never kick it with a pawn, and the only piece that can ever combat it is this bishop. And so I'm going to have a hard time developing this bishop, but at some point I can go ahead and play a little h5 and bring the bishop back. Okay. So some stuff is going down. He's looking at this. He's looking at this. We also just have this push forward. Oh, dear Lord. He could throw in the check. I can also bring my queen out here. That's probably a very powerful move as well. Really, we're hanging on a razor's edge where if I make a blunder, I lose the game. And I don't want to lose the game. If I move, this check actually comes in defended. So I'm kind of thinking doing something with these guys. Like this move really might just make a lot of sense. And this bishop isn't ever actually getting in the game, so I think I do have time to just play this. But this move immediately attacks the queen. So boom, check, take. I'm still attacking the queen. I mean, if you sacrifice, I just take with the rook. If he steps back this way, we definitely don't love that. Because then he's got ideas of like stuff like this. So this might trade off the bishop. The more pieces that we trade, the better I feel about everything in life. I can also jump back and force this trade. It's hard to say which move is the best. So I'm kind of thinking that all of them are okay. So we're going to play this. We're adding a defender to this pawn. He could just step over. Jesus. This might have been the move. If this... I think we play this. We attack the queen. He can still throw in this check. We're chilling. Gotta do something with the queen. And then I can throw this forward. Here, here, here. You're doing something with the queen, no? What will that be? Maybe go here? I think we will play it. Just a sneaky attack on the queen. Where this bishop is quite a large nuisance in the position. I guess if he doesn't trade, then like what else is he going to do? I need to figure out how to break this pin. So pushing this pawn forward is like a double thing. I can now put this bishop... I can just take that, no? I did not even consider what if he captures. The queen is hanging. I take the queen. You take my queen. I take... You add pressure here. I don't love it. I kind of like this, but then the rook is coming. But then we just step back. Jesus. This is like almost just guaranteed to do all right. We take, take, take. Probably you bring here. I defend at that point. You grab this pawn. We don't love that. What about take here? Oh my god. Never mind. It's pinned. That's never going to happen. What is the move? This. We bring this. You could sacrifice in that line. I think just trading the queens makes a lot of sense. I take. You take. I come back. I just don't see a way to checkmate me once the queens are off the board, so we're going to fight in an endgame where I'm just not 100% convinced that I'm losing. I can grab this, and then I have 3 pawns for the knight. And then I have like breathing room for my king, so I kind of like that. We play this, he's bringing this. I defend, he's bringing this. I step up. We're doing it. This is held a few different ways. This pin still sucks, but like I said, there's no way to like actually do anything cool to it. Potentially I just step out of the pin, no? Like what if I line this up? What do I do here? I think we're going to do this just so we can hold on to these pawns. We're in no huge rush. We do have my little light square defender, so I can circle back like this. But we need to be able to move this knight. And if I can like trade this off, oof, I feel like things get a little bit comfortable for me. And I can almost hide this bishop. I can throw this in first for 1. Throw this in. We're throwing that in. If you attack with the rook, I can pin you. If you take, I take with check. So if you defend, I take, and you can only take one of my pieces, so this bishop will live. Okay, so he steps back. I mean, I'm going to lose my knight or this guy. What if I just sacrifice? What if I just sacrifice here? We can play this. And once he captures, I have this fork. We play this. You step forward. I think we're going to just sacrifice. I'm going to lose something. But I think I'm untangling. We then line this up. So we go boom, boom. Here, here. If I step back, you could grab this pawn. But then I hit you with this check. So I think this works. You step over. Give this check. You go somewhere. You probably go there. Check. You grab the bishop. The knight gets out. Boom. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, if I play this, he's just going to attack. Definitely need to be getting this. What am I doing? Isn't this knight my whole problem? I've got 2 minutes on the clock. This probably is going to stay here. Like, if I can just get that locked in. Bro, really? I mean, if I go here, I'm walking into some checks. But this is quite safe. This disconnects my rooks. I'm playing this. 2 seconds, I need to be playing a little bit faster. I've got a bug crawling across my screen. I mean, I can push forward. Boom, boom. So he's going for this. We can defend. Oh my god, if I play this, he hits me with this check. I can defend. But then he can just take and I can't take back. We can defend like this. Might need to play something like this. Oh, yikes. I'm so scared. This is held. We're attacking this rook. Rook's got to do something. If he goes here, I play this. Fudge. I don't have to take. If I take, I step up, you get this guy. So I think we just step up. He can play this. No, he can't. It's held. He can play this. I can run. If I step up... 43 seconds. Man, playing the Alien Gambit is just absolutely ridiculous. I can also play this. This guy is just a monster. 37 seconds. Please don't let me blunder this away. Held. Check is held. Dudes are held. How is his king so safe over there, bro? That's what I don't like. Like, bro. We go for this. Here. He could take. Here, check. Here, check. Step up, check. I step up. I think it simplifies. Nine seconds. I need to play this like all incredibly quickly. If you play something like this, I can just take. And all of a sudden, somehow this was attacking my king, and my king has run to the other side of the board. Yikes. Check. Here. Check. Here. Check. Here. He can get behind my pawn. And then we're just in a kind of a crazy endgame. I'm literally going to push this pawn, bro. I also have this. Like I play this and I have this check first. Boom, boom. I can play this, he attacks my rook. If I hit this check, he steps up, I take, he takes, I take, check, here. I can run. I might play this, dude. I have more pieces. I need to be like more active. Pushing this, I don't know what else to play. I can throw in a check. Here. He's got this check, but I can block. We're trying to push this dude away. Okay, didn't work. I should have given this check. Jesus, bro. Defended the pawn, threatening this. He might have to bail out and play this. Give another check. Jesus. If you run, I hit with this check. If he takes, check. Here. You have to take now. I can pin. No, I hang the knight. I hate chess, bro. I trade. I'm attacking this. You've got to check. 4 seconds, okay. I hang my knight. I hung my knight. We get a fork. Oh my god. He can step in though. No, he can't. I'm defending the promotion square. We take this. I mean, I don't know what else to do. We're just going to attack this guy. I'm going to sacrifice just something. I could have just taken there. That would have made a lot of sense as well. But I'm going to take that with something. We take 8 seconds. We take this. He can push. Just dark square. He can't get in. I'm covering this whole file, so I'm sneaking in to touch this guy. 6 seconds. Jesus Christ. Bro. Bro, this is unbelievable. Like, unbelievable, bro. Dude, my heart is beating so fast. That was so sloppy in that end game. Oh my god, I don't even know if I deserved to win that. This is not a draw, but dude, I just let him like literally put his like if you can pick like what are the best squares in the position to put your pieces? King here, bishop here. And where do I want my pieces? I don't know. My king to be here. How did I like I have more pieces and power and everything. How did I let that happen? And worst case scenario, I could just trade my bishop. Like I could trade my rook for his bishop at some point. There was definitely like a configuration where I could have just like tried to figure out something. Wow, I am not that good at chess. That was probably like a 60% accurate game. Oh my god. Let's check it with the computer. All that happened, dude, I hung a piece at some point. I don't even know where that was. Holy mackerel, that was the sloppiest game of chess ever. And now I just realized that if the audio didn't work this time, I recorded another video where probably the audio didn't work. Let's look at this together. Let the graph be revealed. I'm afraid. I did throw it away at one point. I know it. Right here, there's going to be like a spike where I threw it back to a draw or he was winning. On Alien Gambit variation. As you can see, the computer is saying, go ahead and play c5. But if you want to avoid the Alien Gambit, play c5. Because then at this point, he might play something different, okay? He's not guaranteed to sacrifice the knight. And you might have a more normal game of chess. If you want him to play the gambit, don't push this, attack the knight. Because then, his whole idea was to play the Alien Gambit. The only reason you wouldn't play the Alien Gambit is if your opponent is like, bro, I've studied the Alien Gambit. Okay? So, counterintuitive, play like the second or third best move. Don't play the best move because you want him to play what is generally considered not a great move. But oh boy, was it exciting. Then, after he has committed to playing the Alien Gambit, the knight is gone. The king has stepped forward. It's already happened. Now you go for the pawn push. He gives a check. You block it with the pawn. You step back. You can either capture, but developing the knight is actually the best move. He captures, you capture. Capture, man, every single move I played was like the best move. Then throwing the knight to the middle, one of the best moves. Developing queen, one of the best moves. Ugh. Pushing this pawn forward. Oh, just forcing a queen trade. What did I play? I went for the pawn push. Actually throwing away a lot of my advantage. We trade the queens. He takes. Then I take. Stepping up with the king was the best move. Best move. We trade here first. Now, I could have just decided not to be incredibly fancy. I sacrificed, which threw away 2 points of material. So it's -5. Sacrificing the bishop was just trying to be too fancy here. It's split his pawns, but I guess I'm still being the one attacked here. So that was for sure a blunder. But we have ideas of discovery, but now that the king is perfectly safe in this corner, I'm the one that's getting attacked still. So even after you split his pawns and are up a knight, his bishop is just attacking more than mine, and his rooks are ready to attack more than mine. This rook has literally not even moved yet. Okay, we step back. He steps in. Brave moves, defending. I step up. Okay, just because it looks scary, you don't have to capture and allow this where you step up and he wins this rook for free. So it looks terrible, but you can just step up. Now the rooks do see each other, so it's just an equal trade. So this move looked very scary, but actually you have a resource. You step up. Another check. I step up again. You give me too many checks, my friend, and I'm going to be safe. Now I push this forward because I liked the idea of like this bishop defending these guys, my knight here, and everything is just incredibly well held. He hits me with the check. I step back. Only -1. We jump forward. We hide in the corner to defend this pawn. If I didn't, I could have stepped either way, really, to keep that defense going. Okay. Suggesting to sacrifice here. Okay. I'm not even sure, like, when I sacrificed my knight, did I sacrifice it, like, 100%? Okay, we give a check. He steps here. I got scared and I just repeated the move. I know that this is a safe square, so that's a blunder. I could have attacked this rook, and then realistically, like, what is the rook doing? I guess you could hide somewhere. I don't know. Whatever. We step back. We just put the knight back. He's undefended, but he is defending this pawn, and I'm threatening this fork. So he moves the rook. Now I have this fork, and I miss it. Okay? But I had 5 seconds, so please forgive me. I had 5 seconds here. I do have this fork. He takes, and I take this, and I'm also threatening this guy. Ugh. Breaks my heart to see it. He steps forward. We give a check. And now his king is actually, like, kind of sketchy. And I do just hang my knight completely. And I'm sure in the video I called it out. Oh my god, I hung my knight. We trade a rook. We jump forward. We step forward. And then I hang my knight again. But for some reason, taking is not a good idea. Take. Bro, I forgot which way my pawns were even going. Because we were running around so crazy, I forgot which way my pawns were going. Legitimately, I, for some reason, thought my pawn was going this way. Would I have seen that? Would I have seen that? I, for some reason, just thought, bro, my brain didn't work right here in 6 seconds. I have nothing else to tell you. For some reason, I thought the knight was hanging. This happens. Then we get the fork. We capture. We get over to this pawn. Now, honestly, these pawns are on dark squares, so I don't even need any of my pieces over there. So I can literally bring these 3 pieces to get this pawn. We step in here. For one, I can take this first. But I just decided to take the pawn. I can take here because it defends this, but also I have 7 seconds, so I was like, you know what? This pawn is the problem in the position. Let's get rid of it. We take a pawn. And dude, in low time, I was literally just too afraid. I'm absolutely crushing. Nothing I did can possibly make me lose this position. But, dude, I might have accidentally gotten to the whatever move. 50 move you fudged up. But if he was just going to waste a move with this guy. We step forward with the king. If the king ever moves, I go for the push. So if he goes this way, I go for this push. So if he goes over here... Okay, so back in this position, he lost on time. Let's see with the computer. Best computer move, I go for the pawn push. If you push here, I have a pass pawn. Okay, so you have to take. I take with check. So let's say he didn't do that. He probably wasn't going to do that. Where are we? Boom, 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 boom. He was going to just move the bishop. Okay. Probably could keep it. He could take, even. Give this check. If you take, I get the pawn. So, finding this move, I was never going to play this. Never going to play this. I don't want to fudge up too long, so I guess let's just do it like this. Okay, we're winning. If you made it this far in the video, I absolutely love you. Sorry that was such a sloppy performance. Let's do a quick round of guess the accuracy. If you get within 5%, please subscribe. Okay? I'm thinking that I played that actually 87. Now that I went through the game, 87, 85. I think 85. 83. Oh, 85 on the dot. I will subscribe to my own channel. I said 85. That was the last one. And I definitely threw it back to some draws here and there. But, oh my god, the Alien Gambit is, even when you know the best 10 moves. Like, I played the computer recommendation, like 10 moves in a row out of the opening. And, oh my god, in that endgame, it got serious. I hung my knight. And, oh boy, all the way back in that position when I hung my knight. Where was it? Boom. If he would have captured the knight right here, like, dude, we have a game of chess on our hands. We have a game of chess on our hands where he has a protected, he has an outside pass pawn, but his king is cut off, and my bishop is actually quite strong. Hard to say, dude. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Sorry for rambling so long. Sorry the review is so long. I won't do it in the next video. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we will be doing is playing the Caro-Kann against an 1891. Boom. Will we have the exchange variation, the advanced variation, or perhaps the Alien Gambit variation? I'm not sure what that move is. You never see it very often, so I have no idea what this variation is called, but he's pretty much going to have to step back. We will develop... I'm quite alright with just trading that off. And then I think we're going to be able to transition into a structure that I at least somewhat am familiar with. Where he captures, we trade, and then we just go for this. I will just trade this off. We've got a 9-minute game of chess, but let's just go ahead and trade all of the pieces in the first 30 seconds. Why not? Nice dark square structure. I think let's attack this guy first. I mean, where's he really going to go? He's got to step back, no? And then I can kind of hover along these light squares. I've got the bishop pair. And then we're really in no rush. I think we just bring the dude here. Oh, I had this. I had this. I still have this. That is a ridiculous move to be played right there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But now we are up the exchange. And so for that move right there, go ahead and trap that guy in there. We're going to take a look at my subscribers. Today we're at 1495. 5 more to reach that big milestone. So if you want to be a part of the inner circle, go ahead and click subscribe. And now how do we actually convert this? Probably what we want to do is trade off a lot of pawns. We're just going to situate this bishop on a better square. And I have not won the game. Now I'm just winning. I am just winning, have not won. Big difference. I can take here, and when he steps back, I take. Oh my god, and then this guy is hanging. So I can play this. If he plays this. Oh my god, this guy is just falling apart tactically. We take, and he takes, and that undefended the bishop. Jesus, we're attacking this and threatening to double up. 1891 goes down without a fight. How long even was that? I guess it doesn't tell me anymore. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Go ahead and click subscribe. That was absolutely just a demolition. A demolition. And this move right here, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful when you lock your bishop, your rook in situations like this, because pretty much if my bishop arrives anywhere, okay, not anywhere, but pretty much anywhere, you're in a lot of trouble. You could block with the knight, and then I could take, and you could like get out of it. So you could lose the knight for the bishop for free, which is arguably not as good as just losing the bishop and losing the rook and getting my bishop. We're not going to do an analysis. That was the entire video. Thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time seeing one of my videos, now you know that I can absolutely just demolish 1891s. So thank you. I love you. Subscribe. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, or just watching it on YouTube Lives. What we are going to be doing in today's episode is absolutely destroying this 1941. Like always, we take a quick gander, and we see that I've actually played this opponent before. Let's make the first move before he cancels. I've actually played him before. And so once you reach the rating of around 2000, 1900, you actually start facing the same opponents more than one time. Definitely in bullet, because I guess there's, you play chess, whatever. There's no way this is the guy that played the Alien Gambit against me. There's no possible way. Okay, he goes for the Tartakower, a far more principled approach, where the plans for black are pretty straightforward. You put the bishop here, you castle, you bring the rook over to the open file, you pin this knight if the bishop doesn't come out. If the bishop does come out, you try and go here if his bishop goes like here. So I'll show you. Very, very plain and simple development plans for black. And I mean, I guess for white, it's pretty much a simple setup. And so because everybody always asks, like I said, this pin accomplishes nothing, so we put the bishop here to the more active square. I think actually scooting the rook over is the computer best line, but it's probably all interchangeable. The knight goes here and zigzags with the plan of destiny, the spiritual journey to the center. Now, we are a little bit afraid about the queen coming in, so we're going to step back, where if he captures, we have a beautiful pawn cube, which only really happens in this structure. How often do you see a pawn cube? It's quite rare. Now, our opponent is immediately going for the jugular. And I think we got to play something like this. This guy is pinned. He could castle. He could step up with the queen, but we're going to just take. That gets some pawns in the middle. Hard to say. He wants to make a little run. Then generally what you want to do is if you can make moves, like this is pretty forcing, but what is the real future of my queen after he just defends with the rook or the queen or something such as that? If I step over here, then my queen is kind of condemned to this side of the board because it's going to be hard to like participate over here if he tries to disrupt my pawn cube. And so really this, or this. Those are the four moves. I think this is the best. This is probably second best. Maybe you just get brave and you bring the knight and say, screw it. Okay, so because the knight is actually going to be going this way, I say we develop the queen with tempo on this, and then we bring the knight. Instead of putting my queen here on b6, now we have a square for my knight to go. He could just push. That's well within the realm of possibilities. Okay, well, let's just stick to our guns. The whole plan was to do the spiritual journey zigzag over here. We can do this. It just seems like a powerful move. We're immediately threatening this. And we're just saying, who is attacking who in this position? Your pawns have not yet arrived, and it's really 2 pawns versus 4. So to crash through on this is going to be a little bit challenging for our opponent. If the king steps back, we have another tempo winning move. We step forward, applying pressure to this fork. We are like the king can never step forward or he walks into that check. If he steps here, which actually makes the most amount of sense, what do we say about this? He could push, but then we capture. You got to be careful in these positions not to get too gosh darn greedy. Because I'm feeling a little greedy right now. I want to win something. Bro, his queen. His king is in the middle of the board. It can't be good. If I step back, almost certainly he just goes for this pawn push. We trade the queens. The king steps up defending everything. What about this? I'm liking the idea of bringing my rook here and then push. I'm also kind of liking the idea of just push immediately. If he pushes here, we go for this. Like if he pushes here, we just go in. You know what? Just lining our rook up facing the queen can't be a bad move. We put the rooks in the middle of the board. This one is staring at some really important stuff if these guys decide to move at some point. So I wasn't really sure what forward attacking move. So that was my last undeveloped piece. I basically just used the rule of my least active piece. This rook was my worst piece, not doing anything. And now he's like, you know, he's got prospects. Something like this, I just am not even convinced. Like, what are you going to really do after that? I can just push forward. And, like, yes, you can push, but I can push forward. You can push forward by step over. And then I've just got my zigzag block of pawns over here. This walks into this. And then I'm attacking. Like, if I play this, you would have to defend like so. In that position, do I push forward? Defending the knight? Challenging this? Where if we take, and his knight can't actually immediately even get to this side of the board. This knight is condemned to be an attacking knight. This knight is attacking my king. This is not a defensive knight. Just like my queen is an attacking queen. Actually, never mind. I can slide all the way back here. That is just the power of the queen. Okay, so he does attack. I really like this move. It just seems right. It just seems right. Don't know how else to explain that. He then steps up. I push. He just pushes forward. I sacrifice here. I think this, push. Where if he pushes forward, I sacrifice the knight. If you take with the pawn, you're... That doesn't work. What am I talking about? Boom, boom, push. We sacrifice the knight. The pawn takes. I can't take. You can just take. This doesn't work. He pushes forward. What about this? Crazy move like this. This is one of these moments. We're playing this so that I'm taking my foot off the gas. I think that if there was an attack, I missed out on it. I don't see it. We can still try and shred open the position, but I'm really afraid of just pushing this pawn forward because he just pushes forward. And, like, realistically, what am I doing there? Sacrifice the rook? It doesn't work. I need this pawn here defending this square. And he can just go for this. He's really going for the run. He is really going for the run. Does this make any sense? Let's not even calculate it. Let's just play it. Straight up. Dude, he has not decided what he wants to do with this king. This rook still has not done anything because he is trying to aid in this pawn push. Which there might be something there. My attack has somewhat fizzled out. Okay. What does this do? I can play this. What if I push? Push here. And just try and make an open file on this side of the board. I push this. He goes in for the queen trade. We hit him with this brutal fork. So this doesn't work because of the fork. The king is now in forking distance of the knight. This is also just a good square for my knight. Pushing doesn't work. I just bulldoze through. Stepping up really might be the best thing, because then even if I get this open file, it's like Cool. So what? What are we doing with that open file? It doesn't really do a whole lot. But the knight stepping back here seems like just a beautiful square for my knight. And please forgive me. If you guys saw, if there was something there and I didn't see it, please forgive me. Now I'm down a minute and a half on the clock. We still have an entire game of chess yet left to play. I didn't even really consider take. Then I take. Then I bring a rook and I'm just trying to apply pressure to this, like with everything in my position. He'd probably go for the pawn push at that point. This pawn push doesn't seem too incredibly amazing. And now my knight is only defended by my queen. So, boom, boom. What am I talking about? I could just take. What am I talking about? Go ahead and take a moment. Think about this, my opponent. And if you're watching this on YouTube live in the future, I can't really show you guys incredibly well. Super tiny right there. I'll just read it to you. My ratings are 2010 in bullet, 1928 in blitz, 2032 in rapid. I've been playing chess consistently for 4 years. 3.5, 4 years is what we're looking at. I played a little bit when I was a kid, but then I forgot about chess. For more like 15 years, I forgot about chess. I think he's kind of just flabbergasted at, like, what are we supposed to do here as well? Like, this is quite powerful. Arguably, my knight is better situated than his. The only thing I don't like about this is this pawn push comes in quite quickly, and I don't want to push this pawn because we can't allow his knight here. Attacking this, and he might just give up a pawn. Give up the pawn. Okay, so he takes. Fairly certain we just take with the queen. No. He's got this still. This doesn't work. But I'm really ready to just play this. But, oh my goodness, I could play this. Like, if he plays this right here, this attack doesn't work. I've got 3 minutes. Let me take a deep breath. Can I sacrifice here? If he takes with the queen, I hit him with this. He has to take, then I take. And then I gave up. Let's not be ridiculous. I don't think that works. He just takes with the queen. I hit him with a check. The rook takes. I take with my queen. And he could just challenge something like this, where there's no, like, winning the rook at the end. I think we play this. Say he pushes. Say he pushes. Like, I can replace my front pawns, like my third rank pawns, with my second rank pawns. So, like, if he plays this, I don't need to capture. And if he captures, cool. I'm still covering these 2 really crucial squares. If he pushes this, I push forward. So yeah, I don't need to capture there. Now, is trading down into an endgame what we're supposed to do? This check is an option at the end. I'm also looking at this at the end, so I think just this makes sense. We're take, 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 take. For one, I can take with check. He'll step up and attack my rook. I take your rook, you take my... Let's just play this. I'm not convinced that it's great, but I've got 1 minute and 48 seconds. I want to go up a pawn. Grabbed a pawn on the side of the board. He can also just make pass pawns over here. Now, do I rush? Like, he has to trade. Well, like, what am I talking about? Let me think. He takes. I'm going to take back. I can just take first, no? I don't know if we care about this. I take, if he takes with the king, I hit him with the check. You're going somewhere. I take this rook. You step up, I just take. Right? You take with the rook. I can get this check. I can also get this check. I think that's it. Just check. I'm winning a pawn. This, you have to block. I take, you take, then I take, but it's not with check. I'm threatening the knight. Yeah. You have to block with the rook, because if you step forward, I'm just taking this. So you have to block. I take, you take, I take. I'm threatening the knight. What about this? What about this? Check. You kind of have to play this. We also have this. Oh dear lord. This. Am I making it too complicated? Okay. Let's not... Like, I know there was probably something there. Grabbing this, attacking the knight. He gets in. This is held. We attack the knight this way. He steps in attacking this. For one, I can just grab this guy. But let's be nice and simple. I've got this to win this. Oh my god. This dude is undefended, which makes me very, very squeamish. Let's give a check. He doesn't... He resigns. Because he was going to lose this pawn. You're either trading your rooks, which you don't want to do, or you're giving up a pawn, which you don't want to do. I am guaranteed there is something there. And my attacking motif in chess is just not as strong as it should be. So please forgive me for that. I really gave it everything I've got. We castled essentially opposite. Let's check with the computer. I know I missed something, but you know what? I ended the game with like 10 seconds on the clock, so I really did give it my best shot at trying to find whatever it was. If you saw it, please just put it in the comments. We're going to switch scenes real quickly. Stay tuned for the analysis. We're going to do this live in the future. I'm going to just read to you the position. Okay? So we have the Tartakower. Boom, boom, boom. Castle. I knew it, that putting the rook here is the computer best line, but it's more or less interchangeable. We end up to the same... it's transpositional. This thing is loading just a little bit. Stepping back is not the best. It is the best move. Okay, they're equal, whatever. I like doing it just because we get a pawn cube. Okay? Everything, it's completely zeros at this position. I do play the best move stepping in with the bishop. Then trading is the best move. I read in the, I was like, what do I play? The queen e7 is the most forcing, but I guess bringing the knight is just like the most flexible, because then I can decide what I'm doing with my queen after. Whatever. Let's see the difference. Minus 1.1 versus minus 0.9. Okay, so we're talking about 1/5 of a pawn difference in that move. Okay, we get the knight over. Boom, best move. We slide into the position, getting freaky with the queen over here. Then we get freaky with the knight. Threat after threat. Oh my god, so basic. Sacrifice for the freaking pawn because you win this with a fork. And you're getting out because you ate the pawn that is covers the escaping square for the knight. Okay. Straight up just grab the pawn. If he grabs back, we hit him with a fork. He steps up. We hit here. He goes here and we can launch a pawn to... We're getting out. We're getting out. The whole reason we wouldn't be able to get out is this. I didn't even consider that for a second. What did I play instead? Big blunder. I spent over a minute, okay? I really was trying to figure out... I knew there was something there. I knew there was something there. I was considering bringing the queen back to apply pressure to both at once. I considered putting the rook up here. I considered sacrificing the knight either way. I considered just launching the pawn. And ultimately, I couldn't decide what to do, so I just slid the rook over. Okay, we bring the knight in, correct idea. Launch the pawn, correct idea. Oh, I launched the wrong pawn. Whatever. Still complete zeros. He runs with the king. Launching the other pawn is the right idea. Launching the pawn. Alright, so I did play decently accurate at this point. We sacrifice the knight. Because you can't take, because it's defended by the queen. Duh. If you step over, then I'm going for this, because you can't take back because of this pin. Or I just straight up grab this pawn on this side of the board and say, my knight's going to live here forever. I'm close to getting a pass pawn on this side of the board. Okay. Hard to see. I did not even consider playing this move. It just looked too risky. You should always look for checks, captures, attacks. I didn't consider this at all. I simply spent half a second. Never mind. I spent 5 seconds and took this. Plain and simple, we just double up on the weakness in the position. And then I take with the queen just because I know I'm winning a pawn and he doesn't take back. I suppose we could have played this. And if he steps up, I'm grabbing this rook. And if he blocks here, I hit him with another check. You got to step up. I'm hitting you with another check. Oh, I could have gotten in and destroyed. Gave the wrong check. I gave the trading the queen's check. Okay, but still winning. We give this check. And in this position also, I saw this, but I saw he was going to step forward and attack. Never mind, this is the best move. Okay, so I did play it. He covers. And again, I'm supposed to play this. But at this one, I had 53 seconds. So what's the winning continuation here? Here. Just defend? No. Trading off the rooks made way more sense from a human standpoint. Never in a million years am I just trying to win a pawn positionally. So we win this. The rook, the knight gets in, but we get to attack him. He jumps back. We step up with the king defending the pawn that the knight is attacking. And this is more or less just a straightforward endgame. I guess there's a lot of things that I can do here. Pushing is probably fine. Taking is probably fine. Going for the pawn immediately is fine. I chose to take because I saw that there was no immediate check. So, like, yes, he gets in, but there's no check. And my pawn cube has been halved. Okay? And then in this, we give the check. We win the pawn. He steps over here, defended square. I guess I could have just jumped over with the knight, where if he takes. Actually, never mind that pass pawn. You still got to be careful in these endgames. We give the check, and we step back. And right here, he's basically faced with the dilemma of, do I take the rook, or do I keep the rook, but I for sure lose this pawn? It's hard to do either one. After that, you are essentially just really lost. Because once you lose this pawn, then you've got, you're so screwed. You're so screwed if you lose one more pawn. This pawn is very important. Because these pawns have a good structure. These ones don't. So these ones will march up the board together. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. Please subscribe. If you're watching this, there's another video that will pop up here if you want to watch it. Let's check the accuracy. How accurate do you think that game was? I guess my guess is like 91%. Let's see. 86. Okay, so I was like, 5% off, but still pretty decent. Thank you so much. If you made it this far, subscribe. You're the best. I'm going to play some more chess. Goodbye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we have the pleasure of playing a 1949 that only plays rapid. If we take a quick look at his ratings, he doesn't play bullet, he doesn't play blitz, only rapid. Before we go ahead and play c6, which is my candid move, I'll show you my subscriber count for the day. 1,850. Refresh? I'm just kidding. But we will see how that goes. Hopefully it goes up 1 or 2 by the end of this. So we are going to play c6. And one thing that I must mention that I love about lichess opposed to chess.com is, bro, it waits for you to play your first move. When you play on chess.com with the white pieces, it automatically plays a move. Or, I mean, the clock just automatically starts. So if you play a bullet game, all of a sudden you have 56 seconds. And in bullet, it really does come down to that last, 2 seconds. So that sucks. Chess.com is ass. And you should play on lichess. So what is going on in this situation? We're just going to develop a knight. I'm not 100% sure what to do when the bishop goes back. I know what to do when the bishop challenges with the check. But in this situation, I think we're just going to develop our bishop. We're looking at this keen square that's defended by so many different things. We will then push our pawns. So we have the majority of our pawns on light squares. And our light square bishop is on the outside of the pawn chain. Generally, it's best practice to do such. Then I haven't really been pinned yet. So let's push this pawn so the pin never happens. So I can put the bishop here. And we have a place to put the bishop. So this is a multifaceted move. We will same side castle, and we'll just have a little game of chess. The reason we push this pawn is it takes away this g5 square from any annoyance. Like the knight can go there and cause a lot of problems. The bishop can go there and cause a lot of problems. And we have also vacated the h7 square so that our bishop can drop back and be a happy little bishop over there. I feel like this move makes a little bit of sense. We're kind of applying pressure to this guy. We can step forward, but whoa, I grabbed a pawn. Let's just put our rook on the semi-open file. Like, we don't have a pawn on this file, just like he put his rook on the semi-open file. So he does a little shimmy back. A little shimmy back. This pawn push is coming, but we could definitely play something like this. Or let's just jump forward. I'm already down a minute on the clock, so that's not really fun to just deal with. I got to stomach that. I was just yapping that entire time, and now I'm down a minute. I better play a little bit quicker. We got one pre-move out of the way. We got another quick move out of the way. This pawn push is still coming. When that knight moves, there's like a discovery threat, you could say. Definitely like a little bit of a discovery threat. I can better position my bishop here. Doesn't really do anything, but my bishop is at least more active there. Let's just attack this queen again. You got to get out of my position, bro. Cool. Cool. I'm glad we came to that peaceful resolution of what the heck is your queen doing on my side of the board. He is now comfortably back on the other side of the board. Now, I'm going to be a little bit honest here. I'm not sure that my queen is really serving a great purpose over here, but we're going to just jump over here with the knight. We're going to just jump over here with the knight. That was actually, now that I'm looking at it, a terrible move, because both of these squares are definitely blocked by this knight and this bishop. So my knight arriving on either of these squares is just not going to happen. The small thing that it does is it sort of defends this. Maybe I gotta get better at chess. I gotta get better at chess. I need to have a game plan. What is the game plan in this position? What should I actually be doing? I think my queen is on the wrong side of the board. For the same reason that you kind of like want to line the rooks up like this, I think my queen would be happier. What would be the magical square? Over here? Okay, so he really just wants to like guard this, which is actually quite reasonable. I think, just neither of these are really options. I don't see anything fancy or tricky or all that beautiful. But we're going to step out of here, so at least my queen has ideas of participating on this side of the board. Over here, I felt a little bit boxed in. My queen here, we have ideas of getting over here. And I want my queen on this side of the board because I think we're having like a gentlemanly discussion. We're just trying to figure out what squares do we want to put our pieces on. And I don't want my knight on this square. Okay, so he's rerouting with the knight. We could play this. I quite like that. That relinquished this. So we play this, 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 this. My rook gets in. Dagnabbit, we're going to play it. Where if he takes, we get rid of a bishop for a knight. Seems like a positive development in the position. Okay, so I'm just going to explain this real quick. My bishop is looking at nothing. His bishop is looking at the square in front of my queen, so we will be trading that. We will be trading that. Potentially, we play something like this. Where if he trades, we at least get to put my queen closer. I think that's enough thinking about it, and it also vacates this square for my knight. Because I feel like the battle is shifting over to this side of the board. Am I getting the audio from the board? Gosh darn better be. Okay. What did he do? He didn't do anything. Okay, we're back. We're back in action. He could just develop the knight, but then I take. Then he takes. I guess I can take and his queen gets in. Doesn't seem all that convincing for me. But let's just do it. Let's just trade. Let's trade everything. Why not, bro? If the pawn comes, he's got this open file. That's a little bit something to be a little bit worried about. But we're going to just snap capture literally everything. We're going to snap capture everything. We're going to push this pawn forward because I want control over this square. That's the pawn break. And now I have sort of control over it, you might say. And I'm going to make a prediction. Queen's trade. pawn takes, so he can have this. So the pawn takes, the queen's trade, everything here, okay? Pawn's there, everything else is gone. My rook slides up, my rook slides over, he slides one rook, and then at some point he does something fancy here where I'm able to sacrifice my rook, because if he captures, I take here. I think that might actually happen in this game of chess. I could try and crack things open, but his rook is stationed in a beautiful square over there. What did that queen move do? What do we think about that, boys? What do we think about that? Boom, 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 boom. I have a lonely pawn over here. We're not going to spend a huge amount of time on all this. He could swing over. He could swing over and get fancy here. But he's got 5 minutes and I've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to whittle away his clock. I am not losing this game of chess. That is a promise, okay? It's completely even right now, but we're going to make something happen. And you know what? I've had a tremendous losing streak. I think immediately we attack that rook. We're doing it. My fear of this is, what is my queen doing all the way over here? But if I grab this pawn, these pawns become just increasingly weak. So you really don't want to... You play this and just allow it. Okay, so he does step back. This might be our time to shine, boys. We get jiggy with it. How trapped is my queen over here? What if I play this and he plays this? We have to step back. But then say he attacks my queen in that position. All right, I grab the pawn. All right, we're going to play it. This pawn push seems like it's actually an okay thing. Seems like it's actually an okay thing. Okay, so he steps back. I'm scared of my queen. This. What else you got? That's the only threat, my queen, and I can get out. So what about this? And he pushes forward. I'd get this. Okay, we're doubling the rooks. Seems like the right idea. His rooks are still in the back rank. My rooks are doubled up on the semi-open file. I have ideas of push-push. So he does go for the attack the queen maneuver. Fairly certain I only have one move to play here. Is it my time to go for a little pawn break? If I'm able to shred things open... This is actually quite scary, but I'm just going to go for it with 4 minutes on the clock. He's got 48 seconds on me. I think we're going to make something shake. The game never shifted over to this side of the board. So my fear of my queen being over here was an irrational fear. Never be afraid. You dictate where the attack is going to be. And he's got nothing. He's got nothing over here. And so what we're doing is we're whittling around into a rook and an endgame. I push forward. If you push forward, I just take. If you take, I just take. We go for this. If you take, I take your rook. Because I got my double barrel bazooka looking at you. You do have this. You do have this. But I have capture, take, take. We take here. You can't take. I'm looking at the rooks. You can play this, but I take, take, take. And I'm getting a pawn at the end. And at the very least, this pawn becomes destabilized. And there's no back rank checkmate ideas, so you can't hit me with something fancy like this if my rook leaves the defense of the back square. I think pawn pushes are the soul of chess. I think Hikaru actually said, pawns are the... I think he literally did say that. Okay, so he adds a defender to this. But that's not enough defenders, bro. We take. You take. I take. If you pin, I get out of it. No more calculation. We're taking. That was the whole reason of pushing this pawn forward. We will be pushing that pawn forward. Now, we have 3 things looking at this pawn, and he only has 2. The only tactics here are this, but I get out of it with a check. You're not fast enough, buddy. Not to mention I could just take this way. We take. This doesn't work. We have a check. We have a check. What's stronger here? Take. This doesn't work. This. If you let me get behind this, I just win. This seems like very powerful. But I'm okay with going to a rook and pawn endgame, where it's still a draw most likely, but I'm on the good side of the draw. He probably wants to keep the pieces. But if he doesn't... Okay, we get in. He goes here. Awesome. We can get super active, but I kind of like the idea of literally playing this. If he ever goes away... Okay, we are going to play this. Pushing here probably makes sense. He can just stop my entire mission. Yeah. We bring the king, 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 king. I'm getting fancy with the king, bro. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. We're not going to need it. We're not going to need it. You go here, I'm hitting you with this check. And you're going back. So we're stepping forward. You go here, I'm hitting you with this check. You go there. We push, take, take. And make a passed pawn where your king is passive as poop. I can also push, push. I have the feeling that my rook should be looking at something such as this. If I push and you take, I step over. That becomes just a huge problem. Boom. You push here, I just take. Then you take. What am I talking about? He can't push that. We push this. We push this. We turn the battle into fight over this pass pawn. So he wants to defend. Very reasonable. I think push, push, and bring the king. Got to be very careful here. This is a very crucial moment in the game. Once I have this, and then this idea. If the king ever comes onto this file. And oof, he doesn't have a lot of great options. He's got this check. Okay, so he does step forward. We play this. We cut the king off and go this way. No, no, no. We push, but then the king just steps in. But then we go for this. Oh my god. If you take here, I take here. And we're then in a different king and pawn endgame. What about just this? I'm doing this. Because then I can push and then I have this. And if a trade happens, then... Okay. I'm up a pawn. I'm up a pawn. Take a deep breath, Kip. Kip314 on YouTube. We step forward. Yes. Where are you really going? This is a check. Where if you step this way, I play this. You grab the pawn, but I grab here. Here, here. What about this? Here, here, here. You take, I take. I'm not on the right side, dude. If I push the... Here, 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 take, take, check, and then my king is cut off on the outside. There's no way that's correct. Stepping back can't be correct. I don't know what to do. I think I have to play this. Ugh, this became a little bit more challenging than I had planned it for it to be. "26 seconds. What about just like this, dude? What about this? We cut the king off. King's not going nowhere fancy. My pawns are weak, but I actually don't even know if I care about any of those pawns. We care about this pawn. We care about these pawns if we're going to be doing more stuff with pawns. But what about just this idea? What do you do about this? This might be the right move. But then I push. And if you push, I sneak in behind. Okay, that's what it is. What about like this? Push. check up, all the way back, step up here, there's this check. I'm not convinced. I think my king is going to go into a boxing match with this rook, and I'm going to knock him out. That is straight up the goal. With 26 seconds on the clock, bro, there's nothing you can calculate. There's nothing you can do. I have faced so many losses in a row. You are my victim today. Go ahead and pull out Stockfish. I beat this against Stockfish. There's not a chance. Your king's cut off. Your rook is passive. My king is thirsty. I'm being a little too confident. I might completely screw this up. But I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not. We step in. If he plays this, we push. He steps back. I come up with the king behind it. And same idea, bro. We're getting my king to this square and then to this square. And once that happens, while your king is cut off, you are in a predicament. He could try and run in. No, he can't, bro. I have an invisible line. I have an invisible line across the board. This is my side of the board. He pushes a pawn. Okay, we step up here, here. Here, check. Here. This is the right move. Check, I step up. Here. Yes. Cuts off these 3 crucial squares. You want to run? I'm pushing. Grab this pawn, bro. He gives me the check. Jesus. What do I do? You can get this. Jesus, we give a check? I think we have to give this check. If he goes here, Jesus. Dude, did I just give a draw? I think I just gave a draw. That was 3 times. I suck. We push this. We get behind this guy. I'm freaking out of moves. I'm going this way, bro. You capture that pawn, I'm going this way. He timed out. He's got this. But I've got this. You have to go back. Dude, rook and pawn endgames are freaking no joke. My blood pressure suffered from playing that game of chess for you guys. Oh, dear Lord, please subscribe. We're going to do an incredibly quick analysis. Incredibly quick analysis. I think it was probably a draw for that entire last, 10 minutes. But, you know what I mean? Sometimes you really just got to fight for it. And our opponent lost on time. I know that I got close here and there, for sure. I mean, let's go to the very, very beginning. Screw, my scroll wheel is not that incredibly quick. Boom. Beginning of the game. Go here, scene collections, analysis, bada boom, bada bing. This has audio. We're still recording. Okay, capture, capture. We'll go one move at a time. Develop the bishop. I should have pushed the pawn 2 squares. It is what it is. Make a little luft. It was actually an okay move. Do something with the bishop. Castle, castle. Bring the knight. Bring the queen. Bring the rook. Bring the rook. He steps back. That's a weird move. I jump in with the knight because I realized I was losing on time, so we wanted to get some quick moves here. So we shuffled around. This was all to gain time. And the same subscriber has been inviting me to so many different games But I'm too busy right now, bro. We are locked in. And I have to actually reject this. Bro, if he sends one more, I'm going to have to block you because I can't be having a million requests. Get out of here. You see this? No challenges. Every time somebody sends a request, it blocks the computer analysis, which is not what we want. We need to just keep going forward. We trade everything. Bro, get out of here. There we go. Was there anything we missed? 0.5, okay. Okay. It's even saying to give a cheeky check first so that the king has to get not on that square, whatever. It is what it is. Capture. Capture. Why is this check good? Literally just to have the king not on this square. I guess this square is important later on in the computer's brain. Okay? We push a pawn. We get freaky with the queen. Freaky with the rook. Double up the rooks. Freaky with the pawn. Okay, we are making advancements forward. Every move that I have made for the last little bit is forward. I finally have a substantial advantage. -3. We capture, and then I needed to convert this rook and pawn endgame. This was like the entire purpose of this game. Everything before this didn't even matter. Okay, so that's losing. I guess I'm supposed to clarify like what's going on here. We can step here and just inevitably apply pressure to this pawn, and only the king can defend it, and he can only uncomfortably defend it, I guess. Not to mention if he goes here, it's pinned. Okay, so I'm supposed to realize, like, this is a weakness, so I'm not going to pretend to be able to explain all this to you guys, okay? I make a mistake. I figured, okay, makes a passed pawn. I like my idea. It's not losing. It's still winning. We're doing all right. -3. We step up with the king. He steps back. We give a check. I guess I didn't ever need to actually step back, but okay, it's the best computer line. Stepping back. He gives the check. I step up correctly to cut off these squares, so he has to go back. So he goes here, push. He grabs the pawn. I push. He gives the check. No, he covers. I block, check. I guess we shuffled around a little bit. We do give this check. He steps up. We give this check. He steps up. I definitely shuffled around here a little bit to gain time. I thought that I did too much. This is a complete blunder, although I'm still winning. Okay, capture, capture. He goes for this. Completely I'm winning here. He pushes. I think I even gave another check to gain more time off that increment. I'm a sneaky boy. We slide back. We slide over, and it's a draw because I push. And if he doesn't capture, so he pushes, it's still a draw. Bro, I'm blocking you. You are blocked, officially. Too many requests in one day, bro. And now I gotta, like, sneaky click over here. Still a draw. Because you're winning this pawn. Oh, my God. And he needs to give the check, because this isn't fast enough. I'm making a queen. And even if you take my rook, I got the queen before you got your queen. I'm going to figure out how to, like, swoop and cover that square. Okay? So that's not too hard to find. But he could just keep giving checks. So let's see how this goes. Okay, never mind. I am actually going into this guy's account. And I am blocking him. Block. Officially, that is just too many requests, bro. If I don't accept the first request, don't send me 300 more. Let that be a lesson to you. How is this supposed to go? I step forward. He gives the check. And then I guess I'm just getting perpetually stuck in this position where nobody can make advancements forward. It still gets pretty complicated, though. Grab this, and if I ever run, then we're just 2 pawns. So let's go back to when I was winning and watch what to do so we can see how to actually win this rook and pawn endgame. -2. Check, check. Push forward. Then let's turn this down. Only show the best move. Boom. 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 Push. Take. Take. Probably you're going to want to go for that, but I go for this. You can step up. Okay, that's more losing. Okay. We got to play the computer best line. Is he not just going to shuffle back and forth here? He's playing the same move, bro. Same move. It's a draw. He's going to play the same move. Okay, I come back and block this. He pushes. I get here. How are you defending all of this? We slide over. This is unbelievably complicated. I'm not even going to pretend to be able to understand any of this. Something like that. Holy crap, rook and pawn endgames are the most challenging part of chess. Sorry if that analysis was longer than it needed to be. I wasn't even able to explain anything to you guys about how to win this rook and pawn endgame. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. We are sitting in front of the 64 squares, ready to absolutely demolish this 1885. He elects to play. Is this the Perk or the French? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Knowing the names of the openings don't matter. What matters is memorizing the moves. Let me turn up the audio just a tad bit so we're actually recording the sounds of this. Now, to be honest with you, I forget what's the best move, but I know for certain that this is the second best move. And we're just going to naturally develop. This check doesn't really make a whole heckin' lot of sense right now because the pawn's going to just step forward and completely block all of that. So going here, we haven't been pinned yet. So we're going to move this bishop first because we haven't decided what's his bishop doing. Potentially we want to break this pin. If we go here, we might have to live with this pin for forever. And so that's not something that I'm going to be able to stomach. While the game starts, we're going to start doing this at the beginning of my videos. Did it disappear? It's refreshing. Maybe the number will go up. We are so close to 2,000 subscribers. And so you guys will be watching this in the future. So if I have 2,000 subscribers right now, I'm doing something right. He castles. I think we're going to just get out of all of this nonsense with the pin. It's a weak move. It's a slow move. It's not something that a grandmaster would recommend. But me being not a grandmaster, and we're doing this to block the check so we can castle. We don't want to run into any discovery ideas. I'm really fighting for no such advantage. You know what I mean? If you can just make it out of the opening without making a blunder, you're doing something all right. What is this knight doing? This knight is almost certainly jumping here. There's no way he goes in front of this, weakening this. Because if he does this, then he does exactly what I did. I'm pretty much considering moving this knight here now. That's the new game plan. And none of his pieces are on my side of the board. None of my pieces are on his side of the board. There's really no checks. There's really not a lot of useful captures. Like we've got this and we've got this, but nobody really cares about that. I guess the one move that we need to keep on our radar is the knight jumping forward, but we do have a solid grasp of that. And his rook is already on the open file. So here shortly, I will be scooting my rook over to match his rook on the open file, because that's generally what you want to do in a game of chess. I'm just going back, just making sure. So immediately he goes for the little pawn break. If we capture, that just brings his knight. If I don't capture, my bishop is going to have to step back. Which one is better? Your guess is really just about as good as mine. I guess the only other thing to note about this is my bishop can jump forward to b4, b5. We got some music playing in the background. I'm wearing a robe, by the way, because I'm a wizard. I'm an absolute chess wizard, and we're playing a 10+2. So time is not something that I'm going to have to worry about. I'm thinking about just moving my bishop forward. You got to do something about that. Do I? I mean, I can just capture. What is your bishop really doing over here? We're playing this. We're playing this. Earlier on, I got hit with one of these checks. Oh my god, picking up the bishop because there was no more knight defending it. Chess is definitely complicated, but all we're doing right now is surviving the opening, getting into a middle game, not losing on time because I'm down a minute, so potentially it would be in my favor to just make a couple quick moves here and there. Almost certainly the knight's coming forward. Is he not? The rook's not scooting over. If the bishop goes back, then cool, we solve this problem. We just get rid of the bishop because I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my bishop anyway. My queen will be just as happy on this square if we trade and the pawn doesn't come forward and attack me. And I feel maybe this little attack on the rook has really flustered our opponent here because he is reluctant to play a move. That is the move that he needed to play all along. That's my first idea. Pressure the pinned piece. But what if I step forward and he just captures? I capture attacking the queen. You have to take back. I take like this. You pressure the pinned piece. If you just capture, I take here. And your knight's not threatening anything. I was really hoping that that would be a little bit more of a dynamic type move, and it was not. Is there anything I can squeeze? Scooting the rook over just seems incredibly slow. But I have my pieces, you know, I'm having ideas of... I'm on his side of the board. How can I squeeze something else out of this position without wasting a huge amount of time? You know what we'll do? We'll trade everything off and go into an endgame so I can win the endgame. That is what we'll do. Okay. I mean, I have to play this, no? I have to play this so I can recapture the pawn if he does take. This guy is undefended. This square is looking a little sketchy. And it looks like he's got the center. So our opponent has definitely got the best of us out of the opening. But it's hard to say that this center is solid. I don't think that's a good center at all. Even if he just lets me capture and the bishop comes in, I don't think he's got what it takes to prove to me that this center is great. Okay? If he captures, the queen is coming out. And I will be attacking the a-pawn in this position. Not that that does anything useful. He can literally just step forward. And then realistically, what is my queen doing? Like, okay, let me think. Take, take. He steps forward again, attacking me. We can get freaky. We can get freaky, but that's asking for trouble. That's asking for trouble. He pushes forward again. And what is the knight doing? Okay, so we will be playing this. This was the move that I was considering next. And it just feels good to know that I've got options, okay? I can step forward, which is a bold move. It actually walks directly into this, where I would have to defend like this, walking into this fork. So we will not be playing that. So we have calculated this move sucks. This move sucks immediately because that's where the queen ended up in this line, walking into the fork. Man, my arrows suck. Maybe I'll alt, blue arrows, control, red arrows. This would be the threat. God damn it, dude. Drawing these arrows is harder than it looks. That's the threat if my queen is there. So I'm thinking, what about going over here? And then going here. And then coming back. Okay, so we calculated a lot of different stuff. I've really got two options, this or this. Which one is the better option? This one's forcing and it's attacking something. Even if I grab, you're just chasing me. I think we'd be all right. There's also this, but I'm sensing that this pawn push is going to come forward. I could step all the way back, but I didn't even consider any of those moves. Like, I could just play this. But let's get freaky. Queen on the side of the board. He could just go for a quick attack, and then we take the pawn. And then it's really like, it's anybody's game at that point, my friend. Also, I'm laterally defending the bishop. I don't know if that's even somewhat or slightly important. And he does just have this pawn push. Yeah. Where... I mean, if I play this, he just pins me. So that's super uncomfortable. Nobody wants to see that. If I go forward, he just takes me. I can't go here. Here seems reasonable. This locks my rook in there, so we're going to play this move. I'm getting a little bit steamrolled. But the game is not over. The game is not over. It's not even slightly over. And you know what? I actually almost prefer this pawn structure opposed to, like, this pawn structure, how it could have ended up. And this bishop is actually quite nice. This is a nice diagonal. He probably wants to trade off, because look at all the pawns he has on dark squares. So his dark square bishop is not that great, and I only have 2 pawns. See how good I'm getting with the arrows or the circles? Boom. One other thing, I just want to talk bad about chess.com. The knight, like, how do you envision the knight moving to this square? This knight moving to this square. I literally just imagine the knight moving there. Like, I just boom, boom. That's what I see. Boom, boom, boom. That's what I see. Chess.com goes like that and draws like a crooked that arrow. It literally does this, which can really throw you off. I think immediately we need to go for this. If he pushes forward, I don't believe my queen is scared. This opens up the escape. Because after he plays this, he's going to play this. And I have to play this. But without spending a huge amount of time. Oh, I'm winning on time now. So let's just get into a little bit of a time scramble, my friend. We can step all the way back. We don't have to do anything about this position. We can play this. And you have to play a weakening move, right? What is this bishop really accomplishing over here anyway? We play this. You have to defend this somehow. Yeah, you do, because otherwise I take with the queen, and I take like this, and take like this. I guess this pawn is hanging at the end of all of those lines. Ugh. What about this? No, I'm just getting my queen trapped. I'm asking for trouble. This. Okay. This move definitely seems sketchy, but it didn't seem like the end of the world. He plays this. I put my bishop on this diagonal. That seems useful. That cuts off this diagonal from this bishop. We just got to react quick to this move right here. He could also jump forward with the knight. That would actually probably make a lot of sense. Or go for this now. I'm wearing my wizard robe with no shirt underneath. That's right. If you want to see the physique, check it out on Instagram. YouTube is for chess. Instagram is for showing the abs. So he pushes forward. Immediately we're playing this. He's going to play this now. Yet again, we are defending the bishop laterally. It's not like the bishop's under attack or anything, but it is cool just to see the queen getting freaky all the way across the board. And my knight can go here. This is just a balancing act. Don't blunder first, or at least don't make the really obvious sucking blunder first. If you make like a crazy tactical blunder that nobody was ever going to see, it's not a real blunder. Like sometimes you'll see at the end of a blitz game that you played a blunder, and the reason for it being a blunder is the most ridiculous, disgusting computer line you have ever seen in your life. And you're like, that's not a blunder, bro. You can quite happily play this move, and they're not going to see a 12-move sequence. Okay, so we were anticipating this. I seem to think bringing the knight forward just is what needs to happen here. This is a passed pawn, but we have so much stuff. Not to mention this knight will be guarding this. And if this happens, I mean, I can just bring the bishop back. You bring the bishop. That guy's hanging. You could take with check, though, so it's not hanging. Okay, I think I just bring the knight. Is there just this? Oh my god, I do have an escaping square. This escaping square got covered by the pawn. I do have this at the end of the day. And then we have undeveloped the queen entirely. What was the journey of this queen? Can I scroll on the wheel? I guess not. All right, we're going back to the position. Okay, so he is attacking me. Can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go anywhere on this diagonal. Can't go here. End of calculation, we go here. Oh my god, if we see this pawn push, that is not what we want to see. Because then he can take. And then it does get split up, but this is hanging. But I think our opponent underestimates how much bullet I play. Because I have 4 minutes and 41 seconds. I'm going to guarantee to you right now, the viewer, I'm going to win this game of chess. And it's going to be sloppy. Almost for sure it's going to be sloppy. Okay, so he just wants to defend this. I've got this. Does that trap the rook? You would have to play this, no? This. Is that good or bad for me? I don't have any other attack on it. We have this, but then he has to take. No. This. We attack, or take, but then there's this. And the rook here is actually probably a decent thing. I could just immediately go for this pawn break, or step forward with the queen. In the interest of time, I know it's not a blunder, and if I go for this pawn push, this is held. Okay, so here. I think this makes sense. There's double en passant. Okay, I think I have to go for this. What are the options there? He doesn't have to take, but then I take this one, and I feel so much better about my position. Here. Push, and then you just hang on to these two passed pawns. I'll defend that, bro. I will defend that. Pre-move this. First pre-move of the game, I believe, and hopefully it flusters our opponent. 1800 bullet. That's actually quite decent, but 1500 blitz. And he's going to have another passed pawn over here. I mean, we can get really freaky right now and play this, but he's just going to play an obviously decent move. We can shove this dude forward in his face at some point. Okay, 1 minute. I got 1 minute extra. What if we just do this? We just start stacking stuff up. I feel like it's not a blunder, so we're going to just play it. Probably he's going to want to get rid of some of these pieces over here. The reason I want to keep my knight here is I don't want this knight jumping forward, just applying pressure to literally everything. And I don't want to have to take with my bishop. I don't want to give him the bishop pair in an endgame where we're running low on time, where he's up a pawn. That's something that I'm just not super keen on doing. So we will not be doing that. We attack the bishop immediately. Oh, this. You take, I take, and you frickin' escape. I can play this right now. We have to play this. Oh, I wish that this worked, but he's got this. Push forward. I don't know if that's the right move, but we're playing it. He's still got this. Taking like this, I don't want to just weaken my king and weaken my pawn. Oh my god, this is covered. God damn it. He can just straight up take. And that holds everything. 59 seconds. Yeah. We get freaky. This is not what you want. You can just play this. We have to take. We have this, where if he takes, I get this rook, and I got the pawn. All he has to do is defend the rook. This. This, he just takes the rook, no? And I'm screwed. Really screwed. Jesus, now we're tied. Now I'm hanging onto this rook like so. We're massaging the position. He can run this way. But then we take. He sacrifices? Has to be a blunder, no? We take. He makes the queen. We take. We can also just block. "27 seconds against 30. Oh my god, why does chess always get so freaking complicated? This is under threat. This is under threat. What do you do? Something like this would actually probably work. Now I grab the bishop. What do you do here? I think I'm winning. I think I'm totally winning. Don't lose on time, bro, please. And I don't want to give you time because I'm not sure if I'm winning. We give him time. We count that as a dub. We count that as a dub. Here, 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 here. We get behind it. We also have this. We get behind it. He can't grab that immediately. That's a complete dub. Complete dub. Dude, what did I say at the beginning of this video? The game is won and lost in the end game. Did anything matter? Did anything matter before this point right here? All it takes is a little bit of confidence and a little bit of finesse. We got lucky here. Don't know. This right here. What was that? What the flippin' heck was that? Let's check with the computer, see how accurate this was. We're going to do this incredibly fast. I'm going to even have like a little timer over here. We're going to go to computer analysis. I will see you over there. And here we are in the computer analysis, and I don't mean to let you guys down, but I was losing that entire game. And I knew that it was uncomfortable, but I never lost hope. I knew that once we got into low time, your boy was going to clutch it up. Now look at this graph. That shows a tale of I was literally in trouble the entire game, bro. Equal, in trouble, then we clutch it up. 92% accurate, 1 mistake, 5 inaccuracies, and our opponent, a miraculous 82%. I'm a whole 10% higher accurate than him, and I lost the game. So let's just fly through this real quick. Now, I remember best move. I knew that bringing the knight is the best move. This is like not a great move, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so maybe I will just start trying to play something different. Going with a little h3 would definitely throw some people off. All right, we're just getting pieces developed. None of this is incredibly important. We castle, and we kind of get into the meat and potatoes of the position. Jumping forward with the knight was the best idea. Capturing was the best idea. And just attacking the rook, where if you go here, I'm freaking chasing you down. Wow, so the trapping the rook in the corner because this bishop is cutting off so many squares, all I need to do is get my bishop here. Man, trapping the rook with the bishops was an idea all along. I didn't even consider it in this position. I thought he escaped somehow. Like, I don't know what I thought, but that's really not too hard to see. Boom, boom, boom. Or like okay, you see it. We slide out of there. It's a mistake because I missed that free up and exchange trade we could have had going on. He shoves the knight forward, and I'm supposed to walk willingly into this pin. Never in a million years am I playing that move. Maybe I'm playing this move, but that just walks into this. And then my knight moves, so that would just be a big simplification. We step back. It's not fun to play, but we do play it. Getting my bishop active was the correct move. I chose the wrong one, but I needed a little luft. I needed a little bit of I needed to know my queen was safe. And in this position, the queen's not safe because I'm walking into these discovery ideas. My queen's not safe. This little pawn push, and I do have some escaping squares. He shoves it forward. I move the bishop forward with the right idea. We jump in with the knight. We're wiggling around, and we go for the pawn break. Never mind, I'm too afraid. So I step forward to defend this pawn so that I can go for the pawn break. Although I could have still gone for it. We do go for the pawn break, but no matter what I do, I have a -2 position. Minus 2.5. He brings the bishop. We shove the pawn forward. Desperation. Desperation calls for crazy things. We shove this pawn forward to dislocate, or whatever you want to call. This bishop can't see this pawn. Only the queen does. And I got two things attacking it. So we trade. I take with the bishop, correct. Sliding in with the rook. He gets freaky with the knight. We chop his head off. Sick. Okay. We scoot over with the rook. Best move. This is a strange configuration, to say the least. Best move. I am hitting it with the best move, best move, best move. And then straight up here. This was the entire blunder of the game. All it took was whittling him away on the clock until he had 44 seconds. And I don't know what he saw here, but it throws it back to a draw, where he needs to move the bishop. Well, yeah, of course, I'm attacking the bishop. You needed to move the bishop. I guess pushing this also like threatens making a queen. But at the very least, I'm going to grab your bishop and then lose my rook. And then probably have pretty good prospects of winning this pawn over here, and you don't have great prospects of winning this one. So moving the bishop would have made more sense. We get behind the pawn, and we take here correctly. If we take like this, we're losing this guy with check. Okay, so my queen is defending this pawn in a way. Okay, so sort of, at least the check. And so we take with the rook. He takes the queen. We step in. We get behind that passed pawn. He has two pawns, one square away. One frickin' square away. Have you ever seen that? Two pawns, one square away from promotion, and neither one of them makes it. Oh, it's rough. And then I believe he resigned in this position because what are you going to do? You can't even take this pawn because it is covered. Thank you so much for watching that video. I know the analysis was super quick, but that's what I promised. I'll see you guys in the next one. If you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. I will love you forever. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Goodbye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. We have to make the first move or the game will abort. But in today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely destroying this 1900. We're going to check his profile real quick and we see that he only plays rapid. So we don't have a rating for bullet. He joined 2 weeks ago and has played 83 games. That does not give us a lot to go off of. So maybe he just hasn't had the chance to play any bullet or blitz. But we're going with the bishop's opening, where we're really hoping that he develops the bishop here. If he does not, we got to make this little pawn push where the best move is to just straight up go for the light square bishop. I'm basically offering this knight for this bishop because there really is no way for the bishop to escape. Sorry, let me turn this music down a tad. And I'm going to try to be as descriptive and educational as possible through the middle game and the opening, and then in the end game, straight up, it is past my pay grade. Is that how you say that? The end game gets way too complicated, so I'm not going to be able to explain everything, but I'm going to be as meticulous as possible, and I'm going to be an astute chess player for you today. Are you ready? So, seeing as that we're both being a little bit cautious here, I feel like he's making some slow moves, and I'm making some slow moves right back at him. Pushing the pawns on the side of the board is generally a bad idea. However, it takes away the annoyance of this pin, and the knights will never be arriving on these squares. And basically, if you don't push this pawn forward, this is like the intrinsic square the knight should. This is the natural development square for the knight. Bada boom, bada bing. And then these squares for the enemy and these squares for us are basically where the knights are going to go next. Don't really see a need, like if I don't trade, so I guess we will trade, we're going to give him the open file. Because of that, potentially we develop the knight this way. We're going to be a little tad bit more flexible with this pawn break here, just adding an extra layer of defense to that pawn push, seeing as that he might castle this way. I believe that we do have to just capture here. He takes with the knight, okay. Okay. And then there's the question of, we develop the knights, this bishop is the piece that needs to move next. You generally develop the knights first. I know that we got rid of the light square bishop already, but you generally want to move the knights first, then the bishop. I'm not sure what this does. This walks into a fork. This is really passive. So we're going to go with this, the more active move. It's hard to say. Hard to say that that's even a great decision. And oh boy. We're going to step up with the queen. making this d1 square available for our knight. If I step back and he goes here, I believe that we can just capture. And if he captures our queen, we capture your queen. You get out with a desperado check where I have to capture, and then you capture my bishop like this, and you got a ruining my pawn structure out of that. Ruining my pawn structure and trading the knight. What am I talking about? You go here, I capture. If you capture my queen... No, everything I calculated was correct. Everything was correct, okay? So this is definitely in the cards. However, we could just take. And if he takes here, we just go somewhere with the knight. And if you capture, this knight goes over here. And just because you capture, just because the knight sacrifices here, I don't have to take it with the pawn. I could just take with the knight or the pawn and just let the bishop die. Hard to say what's better. Probably it's all just equal. The more you play chess, the more you'll realize that pretty much 9 times out of 10, any move that you make in the opening is going to be all right. Like, they all fluctuate around, you know, +1 and -1. And if you can keep it within that range going into the end game, you're in good shape. Now, I am 100 points rated higher than this opponent. Maybe I should be, like, putting my foot on the gas pedal. And seeing as that this is going to just kind of ruin my pawn structure and make this pawn push a little bit difficult later on in the game, we could just simply capture, and then jump in. Or just jump in. If you capture, okay. So we are going to do this for the reason of this. It just gets a little bit fancy. Wait a minute. Holy heckin'. Uh-oh. I totally blundered, and our opponent didn't see it. He could have taken here, correct? Am I... Well, I blundered and he didn't see it. So I didn't see it, then he didn't see it. Now we're both looking at it like, damn, that was probably the right move. So I'm pretty sure that he could have just taken here. Where if I take the bishop, he takes my queen with check. And then he just gets the queen out of here. So we will be jumping in here. I think we got... That was a stroke of luck. Most definitely. Most definitely we just got a little bit lucky right there. But sometimes you get a little bit lucky in chess. So we're not even going to think about it. Completely forget about it. This might be about the time to promote my channel. I like to show you guys this in every video so we can see the growth. We are at 1,887 subscribers. That is a small army of gentlemen. My chess bros. So that's just absolutely ridiculous. My goal is basically to do some more live streams and play some more of my pre-recorded live streams. And long story short, live stream. And I think that that is going to be what does it. That is an interesting move. I could just take, though. Almost guaranteed we're going to just take. And then, for really no great reason other than it ruins the pawns in front of his king, we will play that. Now, this is preventing me from castling. Castling this way... This is really where the game is about to get interesting, and I'm glad that we have the same amount of time. I'm going to just push this forward. I think the destiny is to put my knight on this square, and he has doubled pawns in front of his king. Even stepping up here might actually make the most amount of sense. All right, well, let's be as prudent as we can. What is the best course of action? 2 steps to get my knight in the middle of the board seems pretty promising, where probably his game plan would be somehow get the knight there, where if I capture it fixes his pawn structure. So the pawn structure would be like this. We can always go for this, and if I castle this way, I'm pretty sure he's just going to launch a pawn at me. What if we step in the middle of the board? I definitely said something about prudent. Prudent. Not prude. This is more flexible. Long story short, I haven't committed my king anywhere. I'm still going to be able to castle either way. You might have somewhat of a difficulty defending this over here. And his knight can quite quickly situate himself on my side of the board. So yes, you defended this. But what if I step up with the king? And then I do this? We can also go for this pawn. We can just straight up sacrifice, where if he pushes, we take. I think stepping up might make the most amount of sense here. So we are just going to do it. These pawns are definitely weak, but I don't know how incredibly worried we are about that. And yes, I know I could have castled this way and had my rook over here almost instantly. If he pushes, do I even need to take? Just take, and we both got outside pawns that are looking at each other. I think we play this now. The whole idea of putting my king here was to defend this pawn. So now we're looking for tactics. The only thing defending this pawn is that rook. I'm pretty sure we make that rook move. We just take, right? If you try and bring this guy, we're hitting you with a flipping fork. And like, yes, you would get this pawn, but I would get your rook. And then you got to vacate the situation. So we're going for this. I think that this rook is going to have to slide over here. So essentially we can pre-move this. That is the entire idea of the position. That's what we're going for. We're attacking the rook with the pawn. He's boxed in. This type of thing is very common with rooks because rooks are not as nimble as the other pieces. They are big and blocky. He just hung his rook with check. We're going to give him a take back. We're going to give him a take back. I don't want him to resign. Bro, I gave you 2 takebacks. Why would you cancel that? Awesome. Well, he was like, damn, I got to move the rook. Yes, I could grab the pawn now, but the rook is even better. With check, are you flipping kidding me? And not only that, I can like jump in and just start attacking all... My knight doesn't reach this pawn. Thank you so much for watching. We don't need an analysis on that one. He hung the rook in one move. I guess I'll still post that video. Let me know in the comments if posting something like this is not good. I think that it was still educational, and we didn't get bogged down. And to be completely fair, let's check the accuracy on this. I think 88% accurate, 1 blunder. What was my blunder? Yeah, I did blunder and I called it out. That was for sure a blunder because he can just take this, threatening my queen with check. That's sketchy. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. I'm going to make some more videos. Hopefully people don't one move blunder. I'll see you in the next one. Love you. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we have the pleasure of facing a 1912 with a question mark against the Sicilian, and I'm going to do my best to castle opposite and absolutely attack this young man. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the names of any of these things. All right, all these variation lines. The Sicilian, there are simply too many variations to remember everything. So what we're going to do is maybe what's called the 4 knights variation. Is this the 4 knights variation? I do believe so. We're going to just develop this bishop. And the game plan is going to be generally as such. Move my bishop, move my queen, and castle this freaking way. He can do like a definite, a little bit freaky move here. We're doing this. The discoveries are not as scary as I was looking. Definitely this queen is going to discover onto my bishop, but we're not going to be afraid of it. I can simply step back, and this is defended. Or I can step back this way, and even if he captures with the knight, then we just take back and everything's defended. I think we're chilling. So at some point, we're going to take here with the queen, because we had to do that to defend the bishop. I mean, he can push a pawn forward. He's going for this pawn. But this might be a perfect opportunity to go ahead and just frickin' castle. Does this move make any sense? We're going to castle. We're not worried about this. I mean, he would just straight up get trapped in here. And because his light square bishop is still trapped behind all of these pawns, I think we're going to just be all right. Okay, so we're going to step back. I hope he doesn't just simplify like everything in the position. What about capture, and then he launches this pawn? Well, we've successfully castled opposite. I don't like that my queen is doing the job of defending this bishop over here, so we might just take a little step back. He could ruin the pawn structure, for sure, in front of my king, by trading the bishop for this and doing all of that nonsense. This would be hanging at the end of that. Ugh. So if he takes like this, we got to take like this to keep this defended. But then we keep the queens on the board, and we have better chances of attacking. I think things are going quite swimmingly. And realistically, he needs to push this pawn. We jump forward attacking the queen. That's the first idea that I got. We jump forward attacking the queen. If the queen goes here, we freaking set up some discovery ideas. This move just feels right, does it not? It's a step forward. We're not really trying to attack stuff over here, but I mean, it would be a cool idea. I also like this. I guess he can just always trade here. We jump forward and attack the queen. Has to be decent. I could spend a little bit more time thinking about my moves here. He's definitely got this, but I can take your queen. And if you take my queen, I take your rook. Okay, so this is defended. We jump forward attacking this guy. We set up discovery. I mean, he can just take this. So do I have to push this pawn forward? I mean, what about this? You take with the queen. I take your bishop. You take my queen, I take back. Or I take back. You take my rook, I get your bishop. Wait a minute. This is definitely some stuff we're going to have to calculate right here. I jump forward attacking this bishop. If you take, I can just take. You take. Then I take. Then you take. Then I take. Then you do something with the knight. So what did I get? Here. You get a pawn. I get a bishop. You get the queen. I get the queen. You get the rook. I get the bishop. This is a scary moment. You can also take this with the frickin' knight. I don't want to calculate that. That's not going to happen. Intuition is better. We jump forward. He could just kind of run. And then we just take. Or he could run back all the way here. Boom. You take with the queen. I take the bishop. You take my queen. I take your queen. You take my rook. I take your bishop. You move your knight. I think we go for it. I think that it's winning if he plays this. I think that it's good for me. We'd be trading the two bishops for my rook. I spent way too long calculating all of that. Sorry, everybody that was watching me struggle through that. So I think he could just step back. He could step all the way back here. And then it's like, realistically, what is my game plan then? I think I have to step back to add a defender to this, but there's just simply too many attackers. Big yikes. We can push this forward. We attack the queen. I think let's just play this. We're definitely a little bit spooked about this diagonal over here. This, I don't believe in it. I take, you take, I take, you take here. And I just move my rook somewhere. Okay, so he's coming in attacking this guy. It's getting way too complicated, bro. We attack the queen, no? The queen comes here. We take, you take. If I step over, you grab the pawn. What if we just step back here? We allow this, we take. This might be the move. Because this is just a simple threat on the knight. So I think stepping back might be... Or I jump forward and I allow this. No, then this is hanging. Gosh darn it. Do I go all the way back? No, that traps my rook. That was a terrible idea. Forget I even said that. I step over. And just allow this. Let's do it. You can for sure grab this, but I'm still not convinced that it's the best idea. And this pawn is hanging, like when I move the knight. So like if we do something like this, or like this. This bishop sucks. We got way too many pawns in the way. We go here. This is getting way too complicated, bro. I think I'm just losing now. We attack the queen. If you take, I take. I think this might be the only way to get out of it. You take my queen, I take your queen. You take my bishop, I take your bishop. No, you take it with check. Here, here, I take the queen, you take here, I take, you take. I'm just losing. Defend like this. I'm thinking like this, just because there's pinning ideas. So we play this. If you take, I just take like this. We're playing it. I don't know what else to do. Then I have ideas of moving the knight, attacking the queen. I might have to play this. This is freaking ridiculous. I can also step back and guard the pawn now with this bishop and get out of harm's way. I don't think that any attack either arrived on either side of the board. We're just having like a straight up tactical scrimmage right now. Like no h4, h5, you know, none of that nonsense happened. It's just like we're fighting over like where do we want to put our pieces? Your bishop kind of sucks. Something like this probably makes sense. And in the middle of all this, he could just go ahead and grab a pawn. I don't think that's correct, though. No, it's not, because I just take here. And then what are you doing? That's checkmate. He doesn't want to get rid of these pawns. But very soon here, I might be able to... We play this. Probably that was a really bad move. If anything, that's just opening the stuff up here for this. But it gets rid of this. So I can step out of here. Attacking the queen, defending. Probably we got to play this. Okay. We can jump in. And if he takes, my queen gets in. We jump in, attacking the queen. You have to take. Then I take, then you take. It's not good. Let's play something slow. I'm constantly worried about this knight over here. I'm not sure if that's what I need to be worried about. And I want to play this, but I can't condemn my bishop to being stuck along over here. And I've got 2 minutes and 19 seconds. We definitely need to step things up. I'm stressed out. I'm stressed out. I don't know if this is fun. Please subscribe. Did I show you guys my subscriber count? Okay, we got this. In the... That's just a straight up crazy threat check. I'm just straight up threatening this. You have to do something about that. And what is this knight actually doing? Once I play this, then I'm quick to play this, and then this. Has to be correct. Here. Here. Check. Here. Here. Check. You could block with the knight, but then I take with check. No way that's good. This wins the knight. Am I getting checkmated? I almost played the wrong move. Okay, we're playing this. We have this. That doesn't accomplish really anything. This is for sure pinned. Okay, we're doing it. We go for it. I can play this. This is the whole issue. He's got this. Oh, Jesus. This got pretty ridiculous pretty quick. Oh, boy. This. I mean, it lines up my rooks. Rook sacrifice. No, it's defended by the queen. Am I missing something incredibly dumb? Go for this. If he takes here, we trade the queens. Now we're just in a ridiculous, crazy endgame, but I think that I'm going to be able to survive. If you play something like this, I can just take. I'll be able to play this. He steps up, I step back. No. Dude, I cannot decide what to play. I'm freaking out. He plays this, and I'm in trouble, right? But I don't have to do anything. Boom, boom. I'm doing this with 9 seconds on the board. Grab this. That was sketchy. He's got this. What about this? Jesus, bro. We're pushing this pawn. got this. If he plays this, I've got this. Oh my flippin' god. Give up, bro. Grab this. Grab that with check. And you can resign. That was a game of chess right there. That was a game of chess right there. And I recorded so many games in a row of me losing. Oh my god. Sorry if my energy wasn't all the way there. That was insane. I don't even know what to think. Let's look at it with the computer. I am guaranteed none of that endgame was accurate. That was a wild game of chess. Let's check it with the analysis. We're going to do it in under 5 minutes. Incredibly quick. We'll zoom back, and we're basically just going to look at the major positions. So let's hop into it. We got the Sicilian. What is this one called, bro? Someone put it in the comments. I guess it doesn't say. I have to, like, turn it on. I got to turn it on. Okay, so we go for it. Bust open the center. I call this the 4 knights variation, even if it's not. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to change scenes so you guys can see the, We got my voice going. We got the audio on the board going. Okay. Supposed to castle same side. Nope. Never in a million years. We develop a bishop. We take with the queen. Oh, jumping forward with this fork was just... That's a nice move. You can get out of it by attacking me, but I can take with check and you have to come back. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Obviously, this move would have made sense. Okay, I missed that. He steps in. And I stepped back. This just straight up ruined my pawn structure, but he trades the bishop for the knight to ruin my pawn structure. I do this, prepping this idea. It's not that great, but it's about the same. It always fluctuates around even. Jumping forward with the knight is the right idea. He steps back, then pushing this pawn. Okay, so I spent forever thinking about this. I play the correct move. I knew that if something else happened, I was winning. So he stepped all the way back. That was the best move, and it's what I calculated last. I kind of was like, what happens if this happens? What happens if something else happens? Pushing forward again, and I do it. I do find the best continuation. The knight jumps over, one of the best moves. We slide over with the rook defending. He pins us. We defend with the bishop. It's slightly better to defend with the pawn. Is it? Let's let the computer think. Jesus, I play the best move, defend with the bishop? Crazy. We slide all the way back. No, we defend with the pawn. We get this knight so that he's not going to take this with check, okay? Like, we're scared of so much stuff looking here. Or looking through. I don't even know what I'm trying to explain. Then we slide back with the bishop, I believe, covering the pawn. And then here I realized that I had 2 minutes against 5 minutes, and I just straight up traded this off. I knew that it wasn't a great move, but I did it just to keep things a little bit more simple. We trade. Threatening the checkmate would have been better. Not a checkmate, but it is definitely scary. He could have played this, but I'd take en passant. The knight repositions coming this way. Okay. And we take. He steps over. It's not even the best move to win the knight. We sack. Oh, never mind. We just straight up attack the queen and force this first. Let's look into it for a second. He takes. Then we freaking fork these guys. That's tactical. That is tactical. You got to see two pretty sick rook moves. You do not see a fork like that with a rook on the side of the board with a queen and a bishop very often. That is not something that I'm looking for. Straight up, just not looking for that. Okay, we give the check. This idea also is winning. He blocks. I took here. I didn't know what to do here. Obviously, stepping over with the king makes the most amount of sense. This is what we're freaking worried about. Just step over with the king. We get out of this nonsense, or this makes sense. I felt like I had to do something over here. So we gave this check, but then the problem is my queen is under threat. So we got to do something with the queen. If I would have thought about it for a second, obviously stepping over with the king would have made the most amount of sense, because after this check, or after the check or whatever, the rook is attacking my queen, okay? Then I saved. I go ahead and do a little defense here because I figured this was going to happen, and then I had this fork at the end where he had to take back, and I knew that it was good for me. So he takes. Immediately, I play this move. He captures, and then I just know that I'm in an endgame where my king is weak, but I'm up a freaking piece. I know that I should be able to win this. We step up. Ooh, okay. We defend. We attack the rook. The rook scoots up and attacks us. We scoot back because I didn't know what to do. I'm also operating on no time at all. I can take here because if take in. Oh my god, this was defended by the bishop in that position. Oh my god. Okay, so I was thinking about getting the bishop back here to defend this when the rook moved. I guess in this situation it just straight up is. Because I can go boom, take, and then all of a sudden we're threatening this with check. Okay, we get out of this with a check, so this is defended. Okay, that's complicated. I'm not going to find that in like 2 seconds. Instead, I push a pawn on the side of the board. We do grab this pawn at some point, I'm pretty sure. Again, the same tactic still exists where this rook is defended. We push a pawn, and we take a pawn over here. He steps forward. We step out. I'm wiggling around here. We go all the way back just to not get in the way of anything and like be in a safe kind of defended square. We push. I'm still winning. It's saying to like give up just everything because he can sacrifice, take, and then win this. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened, actually. But I realized that I've got this passed pawn. If I push it far enough, he's going to have to alleviate the pressure here and put something on this side of the board. And right now we got a lot of pressure around my king. Okay, so I realized if I push this pawn all the way until this square, he has to address it. And so there's a lot of pressure going on, and I'm trying to distract it. Like, I didn't really think I was going to get a queen, but I thought I was going to at least get to trade a pair of rooks. And if we trade a pair of rooks, then I'm good to go. So he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he gets the rook, but then how is he stopping this pawn? So the tactical sequence that he played here just didn't make sense. He should have given another check, but realistically, I don't know what else he was supposed to do. He played the best move. It's +3. He's losing really no matter what he does. And so we do get the queen. Plain and simple, this is just like clean up, you know what I mean? Move the queen around. I got a queen, you don't, so I'm bullying him. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoy watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm on a mission to reach 2,000, and today we're at 1,887. I'd love you to be one of them. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you. Bye.